Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancerous fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards! I can't even focus on this anymore because all of you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. No, dude, fucking Dude, Megaphonics is literally just like hitting the levels of parasocial. What's going on, everybody? That previously people had never heard of before. What's going on, folks? I'm live and alive, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from 62 degrees in sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Hold on, let me grab my drink, and I'll tell you exactly why it's special in a moment. "62, why am I cold?" 62 in California is cold. Is it a very special day because it's the 13th day? I don't know, maybe. Why would you say that? Well, I think it's a special day for some other reasons. Not only because it's the 13th day, but also because it's the Friday the 13th. Ladies and gentlemen, you already know what it is. Let's freaking go. It is Friday, December 13th. Friday the 13th. A moment of clarity. A moment for all of you to feel like human beings once again. Once again, oh Lord. Friday the 13th, baby. We're live. It's Flat Fuck Friday. Your forefathers fought long and hard so you can have this moment of joy, this jubilation. Feel the fucking beat. Feel a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in your life. It's the freaking weekend, baby. You already know. Work starts getting slower. It's holiday season that is upon us regardless. You already know. Megaphonics is in here trying to fucking flex so goddamn hard, bro. Look at this. Look. Oh my God, that's an antique ass intro that I did. Okay, that's fine. Megaphonics says that. That's okay. But immediately he has to go. I literally met my wife and married her in the time since making the song. Like, we get it, bro. We get it. We get it, dog. You got a wife. Okay, fucking stop flexing. Stop flexing. Stop flexing that you have a wife, dude. We get it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, look at me. I'm a fucking wife guy. I'm Wife-a-phonics. Why don't you just change your name to Wife-a-phonics, dude? Megaphonics, more like mega wife guy. Jesus Christ, dude. Anyway, cheers, everybody. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, HasanAbi Piker, and let me tell you, there's some good stuff and some bad stuff that has happened. I got a fiance now. I'm Hasan pilling him slowly, but he gets jealous of how much I watch Lamau. Fun for the whole family. Y'all are gay, so you know, I got enough meat for both of you. You know what I'm saying? If we go meat for meat, it's enough for both you and the fiance. Anyway, folks, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, HasanAbi Piker. Okay. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And a lot has happened in the world. Some good, some bad, like I said. So, ended the broadcast last night. What did I do? Not anything really. Hung out with the family a little bit, but not that much. I usually just like end the broadcast, go on TikTok on my phone and just like lay there, mind empty, brain open. Just not really doing too much. And that's it. That's literally all I do. That's just straight up all I do. Also, went to bed, woke up. I got some bad news and some good news. Bad news is like I've been feeling kind of depressed. This is one of the downsides of like working out so much. Is that when you have this like crazy structure, this crazy regimen, and you're super used to it. Okay. If it even falls apart a little bit, like marginally, and my diet hasn't been as good since England, and also not only has my diet not been as good since England, but like I haven't been able to work out since England as well, right? So, and my dad is here, so of course he's like fucking up my diet a little bit because like he's just buying like treats and stuff, but all of that combined, obviously, like it just normally for regular people this wouldn't like break you that much, but for me it's like I'm in a fucking chaotic situation and I have to like grip the reins and like pull it in and control my life again. But this morning I woke up a little in all this chaos, feeling it a little bit, not to say like, oh, I'm such a victim, but yeah, there's a lot of guilt that I feel. Exactly. Seasonal depression probably too, because it's cold out, but in any case, having said that, the one aspect of this has been that I'm actually putting up more weight for once. So I've been putting up more weight on the incline bench press in general. How do you find the tracks to put on your stories? I don't know. It just shows up. But yeah, I'm doing like I ripped 205 for 10 like it was nothing. And honestly, I'm just ripping it, I thought you had new abs now. I do, but it doesn't matter. It's like they can go away in a moment's notice, okay?
Smash.
They can go away before you even realize it. Yeah, I saw this earlier today. This is funny as hell. But the problem is, while here's the other side of not working out every day, okay? When you don't actually work out every single day, little things can kind of get you, okay? I had noticed that my neck was a little tight. I didn't work out for one fucking week and my neck was a little tight. And it's like, oh, what the fuck is that? Like, what's happening here? What's this about, And one of the problems is like while I'm pushing the weight up on my first push, I like lean in to my neck and I fucked it up a little bit. I tweaked it a little bit. It's not the end of the world. I still have most mobility. It just hurts a little bit. But yeah, it got a little bit of a vertebra crunch in there. It's fine. It's all good. It doesn't like impact my lifts that much because I kept lifting bench press afterwards. It's actually the neck tweak is because I'm a freaking boomer, and also because I was like pushing it up. When I was pushing it off, I was like crunching it off of my neck, and it's like decent amount of weight to just like put on your neck. Obviously, it can't hold on to that much, so it's fine. Back pain is a bitch. Luigi knows. Yeah, no, I've been able to overcome my back pain by basically work on all of the other complementary muscles that play a big role in stabilizing on my bench press. Back in the day, I could not do a single Like when I would do flat press, like a barbell bench press, I would fuck my shoulders up. My rotator cuffs would just like take way too much stress and it would cook me. And now you can see this is like perfect form. You know what I mean? Look at that. Maybe a little bit too fast on the eccentric, but yeah, putting that weight up. So rotator cuff pain is gone, but I haven't had like any sort of serious severe injuries in a while. And I guess this is like the closest I've gotten to like somewhat of an injury. Yeah, Red Pill Saiyans, like Dan Bilzerian's fucking clear, uninterrupted, insane Holocaust denial. We'll talk about that in a little bit. You don't get that worse from dumbbells. I find them much more intense on joints. No, dumbbells are so much better because you can do a natural grip. Dumbbells, you can control the grip. You can have it, you can put it up like this, you can put it up like that, you can put it up like that. But in a barbell, there's a straight path on the barbell. So you're cooked. You have to, you can just like push it straight. You have to push it straight. So having it locked in like that, or not a natural grip, a neutral grip. What am I saying? But in any case, folks, that's neither here nor there. It's the fit pick of the day. You already know. Just posted. You can get even more range of motion with dabs. It's not huge, but I did 500 push-ups in an hour last night. I felt pretty proud. That's an insane number of push-ups, dude. Are you out of your fucking mind? Yeah, I already watched this yesterday. But yeah, like even this like little bit of fat right there, mostly skin, but a little bit of fat right there and a little bit of fat here and mostly skin. That in and of itself is like very frustrating for me because I have body dysmorphia. I see like all of these like minor things that most people would not pay attention to, but that's the way I see it. That's just, I see all that and I freak out about it.
There we go. You might as well dip the head in there. Let's go.
2 minutes.
Go. Hold.
What'd you eat today? Just chicken, huh?
What is it?
Chicken.
What does it sound like, Chad?
No. Oh. No, stop.
Jason said, close your eyes.
Oh, fuck me. Holy fuck.
Wim Hof. Wim Hof.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Let me. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh.
Side profile looks good though. Back muscles look good. Side profile looks pretty good regardless. You know what I mean? I'm not even flexing there. You know what I mean? I'm just getting out of the goddamn ice bath, right? How much shrinkage was there? A decent amount. My Kurdish dad beat my ass because of you. Wait, what? Why? I am no better than a man. Like, look at that. Damn, you're a big burly boy. Look at you. That progress is impressive. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy about it. Yeah, we got the Pelosi fall. Also, there was this. This is funny. I reposted this already.
Smash, smash, smash.
It's crazy how
Smash.
it's crazy how viral this shit goes, man. It's crazy. Yeah, I reposted it. Every third post I see of Hasan is reposted by him. Yeah, I see the fan service. I see the fan service. I like the fan service. Okay. I see the fan service. I like it. Oh, there's an update on the conservative mom who subbed to HasanAbi. Uh-oh, let's see.
I'm day 3 post-op from my surgery and I'm incredibly swollen and a bit bruised. And now I'm really embarrassed because I wasn't expecting my mom and my account to get as much attention as it did yesterday. So hello to all the HasanAbi heads watching me. And frankly, I don't want to show my face because of the potential of Hasan seeing my account. And this is just not the look that I want to present with.
Why don't you just wear a blue surgical mask like Luigi?
So this is her. This is Karen. Not Karen.
Hi.
Karen, because
Karen.
she's from England.
I'm out here to take care of my daughter who just had surgery. I'm flying back to Laguna today.
She's an OC mom. But we got her. She's subbed. She used that Prime subscription.
Yeah, you guys should do that too, by the way. Just like Karen. OC Laguna British moms. Rise up. Subscribe for $7 now, apparently, because Brandon's America, Brandonflation, or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. You already know what it is, baby. Oh, yeah.
She stole my Prime subscription, actually. So now I'm not subbed.
It's actually my Prime subscription.
Okay, it's a family account.
That is pretty funny because, like, that is the meta, right? That's the joke. I used to always say, like, use your mom or dad's Amazon Prime account and connect it to your Twitch account to use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. And many of you listened. And I love that. I love that so many of you listened and were like, yeah, I mean, what is this? What is this? I told my mom I was going to get rid of my Prime because I'm trying to save money, and she said we could technically share it and sub to you. Yeah. It's $7 on mobile for Apple, Google's cut a mobile app sale, $6 on desktop. Oh, it's $6. Okay.
So I'm going to be in chat today using her account since I don't have a subscription anymore. We've been watching him all morning. I think we're going to watch his interview with the FTC commissioner next. So, Karen, so far, what makes you like him?
Well, one, he's very cute.
It doesn't hurt.
Deny that. But he's interesting. It's fascinating reading all the comments and all his followers. It's so varied. It's all across America, which is not what I expected.
The world.
Is it the world?
He's global.
I didn't know that. I'm new, brand new to this. He's very funny. He's entertaining. Alexandra made me look at his Instagram page. And, oh my God. But I love his dog, and the poor dog is always being twirled around up in the air. But
Kaya. We love rescue dogs, so.
yeah, we're a big dog loving family.
So she loves.
Look at her. Look at this bitch. Oh my God. I love her so much. Listen, no more mom jokes. You do be twirling her around. I do. But listen. It's kind of funny. It's interesting. Like, she is very unique. She's unlike any other dog I've ever been around, where she loves laying on her back. It's crazy. Like, she'll come up to me, okay? She's 100 pounds and she got an extra chunky, but like, she'll come up to me and she'll be like, I want cuddles, right? I want cuddles. And as soon as I start, when I give her uppies, okay, when she wants cuddles, she just flips around, and then she's just laying like this on my lap. It's just like a very strange thing that this dog does. I've never seen, like, dogs normally don't like being on their back. They sneeze when they're on their back. She's just always on her back. I don't know. Anyway, car-sized lapdog, yeah. Okay. Other than that, Megan Cuniff saw my shout out. She said, you still have hella people who are going to go there and report on themselves like Megan Cuniff. A friend sent this to me today. Appreciate the shout out, Hasan the Hun. Yeah. The one from like the Law and Order YouTube account or whatever. The one who was like really.
Nah, they're gonna cover it because they're fucking because.
I worked in dog cognition. Every dog caretaker thinks their dogs are that special. Okay. Like, what do you mean dog cognition? What does that even mean? Like, what? And also, Stop hating. Like, what? You got a whole ass degree just to learn how to hate dog lovers more? Like, what is this shit? He said, I work in dog cognition. I got a special degree to tell you, like, your dog ain't shit. What kind of fucking job is that? Is it too early for woke of the day? That's not a woke of the day award. I need you to elaborate. Hasan said he debates in his dreams and then writes what he says down when he wakes up. There's nothing to elaborate. You dream about stuff that you see. You dream about stuff that you experience daily. And yes, in my mind, I'm working constantly. I'm always on my Sigma grind set. You're sleeping 8 hours a day. That's wasted time if you're not also using that free time to craft better arguments, to craft better narratives. Okay? That's it. There ain't no off switch on this. Anyway, that's all. Let's blast off. That's all I got for now. All right. It's Friday. We have a lot to cover. UHC CEO shooter updates. New York Times op-ed from UHC. Draws controversy. Peter Thiel fails to defend CEOs. Sicko watch later for sure. We haven't been able to watch freaking Sicko. It's crazy. I write down my dreams all the time, especially if there are family members in them that are no longer around. Oh yeah, Nancy Pelosi in the hospital. Pelosi in the hospital. AOC sends her regards. I don't know what the fuck happened. Not my Pelosi. No. Not my Nancy. She has good health care. She'll be fine. All right. Yeah, the who must go AOC Nancy Pelosi meme. Doctors are confident the damage can be repaired with a routine operation, they're saying. She fractured her hip after she fell. Arky posted your selfie? Oh, wow, finally. Put it away before my wife sees it. Should have had him in the TikTok. Exactly. I hereby give you my Oscar nominated documentary for killer health insurance companies like United. Michael Moore made Sicko free. My goat. God, I love Michael Moore. People are always so funny when they just like get mad. People are so funny when they get mad at like Michael Moore or all these like old school people that have been at this game for a very long time because of just some like minor disagreements in the way that they see the world. And it's like, dude, this person has been doing this for a lot longer than you've been alive. Okay. You're not going to always agree. Like, who cares? Right? The hell's wrong with you? Yeah, we're going to watch party it because Michael Moore is my goat. More made mad that veterans getting healthcare in Cuba documentary, right? Yeah, that's the documentary that we're going to watch. Youth have a higher net approval of Mangione than of Brian Thompson, United Healthcare, and the health insurance industry. That's funny. Finally, they do have, I guess they made a like a decent poll that specifically targets this. And I told you, strong positive 18%, somewhat positive 13%. For respondents under the age of 45. Brian Thompson, who under the age of 45 has a strong positive for Brian Thompson? Like I don't, or United Healthcare. Like it's just so weird. It's a fake poll. Check the account. Is it? Oh, this has zero. This has 355 followers, but it's been followed by Ed and Germantham. No, the poll is real. Unk is at it again. Oh my God. I know. Unk is making it really hard for me to avoid talking about him with this whole like right populists are going to save us shtick. You know what I mean? Oh, we're doing an alliance. There's a real coalition that we can build on. Like I see the method. I see the vision. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's a successful strategy. But it's just hard. It's hard to. It's fake. It's a Dirk Fuckner account. What? What is Dirk Fuckner? What? All right, whatever. We'll look at the poll in a second. I'll dive into it to try to see its veracity. But I don't rate anything Jank will say since Trump is still a month away. I see it as basic cope. Incels are crashing out. Yeah, I know. We're going to cover that too. Hold on. Yeah. Video Game Awards draws incel ire. Sicko watch later. Sicko watch party later. Okay. Sicko watch party meme. Hassan Piker Sicko bowling for Columbine Fahrenheit 9/11. Yeah. All right. Watch My Cousin Vinny. No. Maybe later. So here, let's blast off. Got an update from my friend on the dog cognition. She says she can go to school for it, and she basically studies of dog behavior, intelligence, and skills. She said it's basically a fancy way to say dog training somewhat. Okay. Great. Maybe your friend shouldn't be spending all of this time and this degree that she got making people feel bad about saying that their dogs are special when their dogs are special, okay? I'm blasting, okay? This is an insane blast off meme. Autism of the year, TISM, instead of time, 127. I'm super autistic. I got the best score in the autism test, way higher than Biden. You can ask my doctor. He said he's never seen a score that high. Y'all are crazy, man. Y'all are crazy. Is the news real that you maybe will play Worms Crazy Golf in the upcoming years? No, that's fake news, man. I'm sorry to break it to you, except I'm not sorry to break it to you at all. That's just fake as fuck. That's super fake news, brother. Don't even begin. Don't even try. Don't even try to see that. Don't even repeat that shit. You know what I mean? Highly recommended Alex Capel's video on the healthcare system if you haven't watched that. Can we get a W Japan? Honestly, W Japan, dude. That was my favorite comment because, like, obviously we weren't just doing a watch party for the Woke Game Awards, but we were also watching Asmongold's chat react to the Woke Game Awards, which I think made it so much more fun. Because, like, anytime I saw a woman on screen or like anytime I saw like a non-white woman on screen, especially, or like a woman with blue hair, they would just like, they would go nutty mode over it. They were like, L, 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 L. Oh no. Like, it's like, oh, I need eye bleach. It's like, how do you go about your day? How do you go about your life? Just like having a fucking conniption, having a mental health episode every time you see like a woman or a black or brown person. Like, how the fuck? Like, that's kind of crazy. That's got to be crazy. Imagine you walk into like, I'm assuming that like the Asmongold fan that walks into like a Ralph's, sees a cashier, and she's a woman. He's like, no! Wokeness has ruined this, the reputation of my favorite grocery chain. Like, what? How the fuck does that work? You go to the DMV, there's a black lady there. You're like, no! The DMV is ruined because of wokes. Like, what do you do when you see your mom in the morning and you know, you're like, oh my God, my sister, she doesn't have the beautification filter on her face. She looks ugly in this lighting. Woke. My family is woke. My mother is a woman. This sucks. This chat has been begging us on to post his fit pics for weeks. Wait, what? Post award pics? Oh shit. You're right. I keep forgetting. But yeah, I had a lot of fun watching it yesterday. I had a lot of, I truly enjoy, I love that the anti-woke gamers exist. I know it's really fucking annoying for the developers because they sometimes end up like harassing them and, you know, doxing them and shit. And then they just like dookie all over their lives' accomplishment. And I totally understand how frustrating that is because you're like, you're working for this massive corporation. You have these creative initiatives that you want to put into this work of art. This is your baby. You worked on it for years. You're very excited, even though you kind of also know you might get fired at any given moment because every single part of these companies are now consolidated into these like mega merger companies that only focus on live service, only focus on DLC content, only focus on loot boxes. Everything is shit, right? And you're over here just like, I am trying to exist in this space to the best of my ability. This is my life's dream. I wanted to make video games. And then some fucking basement dwelling, neck bearded loser comes in and is like, you're gay. You made this video game gay. Fuck you. You're responsible for everything that sucks. Why doesn't it feel like I'm 12 again when video games used to hit and I didn't have any of these like adult responsibilities? And it's like, dude, that's not the developer's fault. So I get how shitty that might be as a developer. But also on the other side, it is pretty funny to watch these guys fucking mauled, you know? Like, they have turned not being able to fap to a teenager into a political movement. Okay? Unironically. Because that's what the whole Siri conversation is. If you play Witcher 3, you know, one, the Siri segments were a lot of fun, and two, the entire game is supposed to be like gearing up for Siri to be the main protagonist, right? And these guys are like, they made Siri ugly. They made Siri ugly. I can't jerk off to the teenager. And it's like, it's fine. I mean, she's, you know, she's like in her 20s by the end of the game. Okay. But I'm just saying, it's like, why are you so mad? You know what I mean? What, like, why? Like, this isn't a political movement, man. This is not a political movement. Okay. You should be more embarrassed to be like, I want goon material. I want fat material. Like back in the day, we weren't so goddamn porn brain. And I say this as someone who's like pro sex work, who understands, you know, yeah, if you want to jerk off the porn, that's great. That's fine by me. I don't give a shit, right? But it's so strange that these guys have turned gooning into a shameless political movement that is at the forefront. That's on their banner, dog. They're card-carrying gooners. They got the fucking NRA for gooning over here, where they just straight up are like, if I can't jerk off to this white woman that is the main character, I will firebomb your publisher. It's like, you should be embarrassed to say this. You should be more embarrassed to openly be like, my desires, my sexual gratification is what matters in this process. Okay? And I don't understand it. Like, look at this. They've turned gooning into a science. Enlarged orbicularis oris, too compressed glabella, nasion bridge too high, body of a zygomatic bone is too high. Like, what are you saying? You need to be sedated, dog. Like, I'm serious. If a person in my immediate orbit started talking like this, I'd hit him with a fucking ketamine dart, okay? I'd be like, go to sleep. Shh. I would choke them out until they fucking fell asleep. I'd be like, nope, you're going. You're being institutionalized. This got to be a joke anyway. Amazing, but please, series face needs work. Witcher 3 face model look much better. Hopefully this gets updated. She's older, man. Come on, be serious. I'm very serious. There are some serious anatomy issues. I bet the team knows. $20 says you look like somebody ran you over with a snowplow. It's like, bro. Straight up. You have thoughts like this. You need to be sedated. You need to be sedated and institutionalized. Like, this is thought crimes, okay? This is a crime. It should be a crime to think like this. Straight up. This is the one time I'm saying it. Like, this is madness, dude. Have any of these guys gotten ass before? No, of course not. Like, first of all, CD Projekt Red, if you come after CD Projekt Red, you come after me, okay? I'm telling you right now. I will defend the nation of Poland and CD Projekt Red with my fucking life. Ah! Ah! That's number one. Number two, they got one PC in motherfucking Poland, bro. They got one goddamn PC in Poland. And look at how much they do with that one PC in Poland. They put the goddamn country on the map in a positive way. They're like half the fucking stock market. They're half the country's GDP. So that's number one. Number two. I don't even have a number two. I just fucking love CD Projekt Red's work. So I think it's crazy that they're out here dookie on that shit. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like the market for masculine, non-conventionally attractive female leads in games isn't as big as the video game industry thinks it is. How do we feel about Siri in the cinematic? Siri looks fine. Geralt looked quite different in the CGI trailer versus his in-game appearance, so I would reserve judgment for now. The post is more so about the Naughty Dog game. So I will admit there were a lot of like, not masculine necessarily, but like there was a lot of non-white, non-traditional looking women as leads in a lot of these games, right? Or even white traditional looking leads in a lot of these games. But I don't give a shit. I just want the game to be good. I don't care, okay? Like I don't know why it doesn't factor in to my equation, like to the way I enjoy a work of art, if it's led by a woman or a man or whatever the fuck they look like. Like Dave the Diver is awesome. He's a fat dude. You know what I mean? It's hilarious. It's amazing. It plays into the story. And I don't understand. Like, just make good games. That's all I care about. Hasan does not see gender. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm simply stating is I don't care. Okay? I don't care. And I'll take it one step further. I don't think you should care either. As long as the game is good, as long as the story is good, as long as the mechanics are good, as long as it's compelling, who fucking gives a shit? Okay? Who cares? I don't know. I don't understand it. Must have triple D's as a women lead, or it's unbelievable to these people. Like, the greatest example of this is, I think, Stellar Blade. Like, it's kind of one note. They're sexy, but it's kind of one note, you know? It's a decent game overall. But again, it's bubblegum. So obviously, like, sexy ass leads don't change that dynamic at all. So it's very, very frustrating. I thought Asmus said he was changing. This doesn't look like change to me. No, he went back. He went back to a. I mean, he was never gonna stop doing the DEI equals die shit. But I just think that there needs to be a little bit of social shame. And I'm shocked that there isn't more of it. Like, there isn't more backlash overall, because I think that there is so much resentment that people have. There's so much resentment that people have towards. There's so much resentment that people have towards, like, the way that the gaming space has evolved over the years, as it's become a multi-billion-dollar industry in and of itself that is, like, more successful than Hollywood, even global. Okay. And in that process, there's been a lot of mergers and acquisitions, a lot of layoffs, a lot of hyper focusing on revenue rather than the art in and of itself. And, like, people just simply cannot comprehend that, like, the reason why they don't like the games partially is because it doesn't hit anymore because you're a goddamn adult. You're like 45 years old and none of your dreams when you were a child were actually accomplished. So now you carry that weight around you all day. You carry that sense of shame around you all day. And that kind of probably factors into your enjoyment of video games and stuff. When you were a child and you had no responsibilities, of course, the nostalgia, of course, when you were a child and had no responsibilities, like, that shit was way more fun. It banged, you know? Having said that, however, you're not a kid anymore. You're an adult. And in that time frame when you, like, try to enjoy this new work of art, maybe it's not going to hit the same. And then there's the nostalgia component that makes you think that it was much better back then. Okay? But overall, there are structural problems with the gaming industry in general. And a lot of these guys, ironically, and this is something I talk about with politics all the time, a lot of these guys, literally, instead of addressing the real villains here, addressing the real problems here, unironically do the same exact, like, deflection without realizing it. Where instead of getting mad at, like, mergers and acquisitions and crunch, okay, and not letting fucking video games breathe, not letting the development process breathe, and not giving the workers that make these video games more time, more space, more benefits, more freedoms to be able to pursue their artistic vision. This financialization of the gaming industry is obviously going to take away some of the beloved projects that might have even started off in a really interesting way, but that is now unfolded into the codification, the FIFA-ification of all gaming. This is something that I saw even when I was a young boy. Okay, when I was growing up, you got FIFA, which was the same dog shit, same slop that they were serving over and over again. EA Sports is in the game, right? That was always the same. That was always the same process. Now, as many publishers have folded into developers themselves, as all these developers merge and become these ginormous corporations, there is this EA-ification of all gaming, okay? And all games are turning into Madden. All games are turning into FIFA. Same game over and over again, restructured a little bit, tweaked a little bit, same engines, and it just doesn't hit the same. But getting mad at that requires for you to have a better analysis over the situation, to understand what's really truly changing the space. But it's much easier to just simply say, "Ugh, I see women. It sucks." And for the record, this isn't to say that there isn't diversity for diversity's sake in video games, as there is in every single medium. Every single visual medium does this. Okay? It's the same principle behind Ghostbusters, but all women, right? And many of those things become box office flops anyway. But hyper focusing on every single fucking new work of art that comes out of this goddamn industry, on specifically the virtues of woke or not woke, is going to lead you astray. It makes you look like you just hate games across the board. Okay? That's it. And it's so weird. And it's so entitled. And it's so selfish. It's this notion that, like, no, this is our space. You have encroached upon my space, my good madam. How dare you? No, all video games need to appeal to me. Me, only me. And it's like, okay. Well, no, it's not going to happen. So everyone needs to fucking calm down. Stop making things political. Or if you're going to make things political, I'll use the language that these anti-woke crusaders understand. You come across like a fucking woke social justice warrior when you do that, but in the opposite direction. You're just crying and chirping. And if you're going to actually make it political, understand what actually ruins gaming in general, and not necessarily all this other shit. And they do respond to that, because remember, the Asmongold audience was very mad about the new Split game that was coming out. What's the Jack developer that's friends with Jeff Keighley? Whatever his name is. Split Fiction or whatever. Isn't that what it's called? No, not Splitgate. Is it Split Fiction? Is that the one? Yeah, Split Fiction, right? So, Haze Light Studios is very good at making these like cooperative games. So they're making Split Fiction. It has 2 female leads. This was very frustrating for the Asmongold audience. They were like, oh, L, this sucks, this sucks. But then, what did the guy say? Joseph Ferris, at the end of it, he turned around and said, and we're focusing on making good narrative-driven games that are fun to play. Only 1 copy is necessary if 2 people want to play it, because we're not in this to do microtransactions, live services, loot boxes, none of that bullshit. We're in this business to make good games that, you know, you can enjoy with your friends. And they ate that shit up. Asmongold's audience ate that shit up as well. So that's the frustrating aspect of this, right? The frustrating part about this is that a lot of these gamers, they hyper focus on the immediate optics of a situation and ironically become the other side of the coin that they constantly rail against, which is diversity for diversity's sake. But that's all you're doing. You're also advocating for diversity's sake. Or you're advocating for identity politics for the sake of identity politics. You just want the characters to be sexy, brolic men. That's it. And the other side of this is when people cheer when developers get laid off, not recognizing that the very same forces that are laying off those developers are the very same people, the executives that don't play video games, that are simply in the finances of it, okay, that are simply invested in the revenue strategies that ruin your fucking beloved games and ruin the industry that you enjoy. Okay? Stats show that most people choose to play as a female character when there's an option. It's not woke, it's statistically correct. I find the casual anti-gacha discrimination problematic. Okay, well, good luck. I'm not going to ever fucking defend you. because I think gotcha in and of itself is also horrible. I don't understand it, but you know, to each their own, but I do feel like that's just also streamlined gambling. So that's what I have to say about the gaming side of this. And also, you have drank too much of the Mighty Keith is like one of the fucking last remaining like anti-woke gaming crusaders out there. Respect to Mighty Keith as always. He's been tackling the fucking weirdos that have just been talking about like how Siri is not fuckable enough or whatever. Which is crazy because it's like, dog, you do not have to jerk off to every video game. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to. Or maybe, just maybe compartmentalize the masturbation part. Because there's already a time and place for that. You got Rule 34, right? There's so much pornographic material for you to fap to, but they exist on the porn sites. You can, you know, that's how it used to work. That's how it used to work. Where if you wanted to jerk off to something, you had to go to the jerk off place. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? We're becoming like people are not embarrassed or ashamed to just be like, nah, every woman has to be fappable. Every woman on screen has to be instantly jerk offable. And for me, I say skill issue, okay? Because you can masturbate to anything as long as you have motion and lotion and motivation, okay? So that's a skill issue for you regardless. That's number one. Number two, not everything has to be instant gratification. You don't have to like hypersexualize every fucking female character. And you should feel a little bit more embarrassed to say like, no, I need to be able to goon. Okay. I need to be able to goon while Siri is just like destroying a fucking dragon. While Siri's like cutting off the head of a fucking werewolf. I need to be able to fap to that. And it's weird. That's a weird thing. That's a weird thing that you should not. You should be ashamed to just like even have those thoughts. Okay? Anyway. Them boys are calling Witcher 4 woke. Lamau. They are never to be trusted. I can't imagine being a video game enjoyer and thinking that everything comes out sucks. That's got to be so depressing. Why would you even continue to play games? Siri looking fine. They are so weird, lol. That's the other side of it. Like, she looks hot. Like, the fuck do you mean? Ironically, people want diversity, but making everything the same because there's so many options and this and that needs to be in the game. The reason games become all the same. Yeah. It's just like there's a time and place for everything. There's a jerk off space online. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, I saw this. Speaking of the jerk off space, Parable of Saviors by 5-star F word for the creator chose not to use archive warnings. Luigi Mangione, Hassan Piker, Hassan Piker X, Luigi Mangione, prison Mpreg, alpha bisexual Italians fanfic. Y'all need Allah, okay? You need the Quran. You need to pick up a copy of the Quran if you're writing stuff like that. But yeah, I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I will never understand it. You will never be able to make me understand it. I think it's because I'm fucking far too normal. You know what I mean? Where when I see a new video game coming out, I don't immediately go, can I jerk off to the main character if she's female? You know? That's a weird attitude to have. And I think you got to squash that. Okay? If that's the attitude you have in your mind, you got to fucking erase that. You got to be like, man, this is a weird opinion to have, I think. Maybe I shouldn't think this way. Zylax, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Dynamic Chap, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Okay? I feel like gamers are gamers, capital G gamers, hard R gamers. They just like slot certain things. They see the optics. They're like fucking lizard brain. They go, is the video game's protagonist a sexy white man? If no, is it a sexy black or brown man? If no, if it's a woman, is she a white woman? Okay. And then it just like, it's the woke, it's the wokeness markers. Okay. They go, oh, is she a white woman? Is she sexy? Can I jerk off to her? It's like a flow chart. If the answer is no, then it's woke and I hate it. Okay. If the answer is yes, then it's not woke and I love it. It's weird. And at the bottom of that pile, obviously, is any sort of visual representation of like someone in a wheelchair or someone who has a non-gender conforming haircut, or someone who has like if it's a woman and they're kind of fucking brolic, then oh God forbid, then it's woke and I hate it. Bro, people is just dumb, and that opinion is weird as fuck. If they're complaining how it looks is the dumbest thing ever at the end. What stays is the gameplay and mechanics, not even the graphics. They're just weirdos that won't spend a dime and are complaining about it. Yeah. So, odd situation overall. I think people should be a little bit more ashamed. But yeah, people are very mad about the Intergalactic Heretic project, or the new project from Naughty Dog, not thinking about it like, oh, what a joy. Naughty Dog finally made a fucking new IP. And they've done a bunch of great IPs in the past. Like, they've done a bunch of great fucking games. Naughty Dog makes a new fucking game and people are like, well, there's a bald Asian woman as the main character, so automatically I hate it. And you got the GOAT, the absolute fucking GOAT, the stud, Trent Reznor, doing the score. Okay? I don't know if you guys watch Challengers, but you know I'm a fan. Okay? Oh my God. Oh my God, you like Trent? Yes. I'm not Mr. Music listener, but I can appreciate a good score, okay? It's time I got bored of jerking off computer games, ended the moment I could go out and get real women. These guys are just 14-year-old virgin brains. No, that's the problem. The problem is they're not even fucking 14. They're desperately seeking out the feelings that they have when they were 14, but they're not. They're like 35. They're 40. You know what I mean? Part of the reason why I loved Wukong, which many of these guys considered to be anti-woke, ironically enough, and that's why they liked it. But the reason why I liked Wukong was because it was the format of something that we've seen before. It was God of War, right? It was God of War with the mechanics of a Souls-like game, right? Now, there are a million games like that, but why did I like it? I liked it because it actually featured a mythology that you don't usually see that much in Western media. You see remnants of that mythology that has been very impactful, like Dragon Ball Z, One Piece, and numerous other works of art that make its way to the Western world. But like the very fact that it was Chinese mythology, it hyper focused on Chinese mythology. Like, I think that's unique. That's when diversity is good. That's a perfect representation of diversity being good. Okay. That's it. That's why I liked it. That's part of the reason why I liked it so much, was because it was cool to dive into a unique universe. Okay. When is diversity even bad, motherfucker? No, I understand the argument when like people just go, oh, we're going to make the same IP and it's going to suck, but it's now gender bent. You know what I mean? It's like, that shit sucks. It's boring, but that's not because of diversity. It's boring because they're juggling the same IP over and over again. Do you not understand what I mean? That's not even, that's just diversity for the sake of diversity, or that's diversity just for the aesthetics. And oftentimes it's chock full of bad writing in general. But I think these guys are so one note on this issue that they just don't like give any, they don't give anything room to breathe. And plenty of this, yeah, it is derivative, but so is all art, okay? But listen to me. A lot of these dudes, a lot of these gamers, you know, capital G gamers, hard R gamers, a lot of them don't need to see or play or experience the work before they make up their minds. They just immediately go, oh, I saw something that is, I have slotted as like anti-woke, or I saw something that I slotted as woke, and therefore I don't like it. Okay? And that's deeply, deeply frustrating. Okay? It's very fucking annoying. And these guys that take advantage of the anger and resentment that people have by grifting to this kind of commentary, but they're grifting to this kind of sentiment and highlighting it and legitimizing it over and over again, they rarely ever get punished either for making the false prediction that a particular game is woke. Do you understand? They'll come out. Fallout is a great example of this. They'll be like, Fallout is woke. It sucks. Like the Fallout movie or the Fallout Amazon Studios show is woke and it sucks. And then it comes out and people watch it and it's fucking amazing. So then they quietly go, okay, never mind. It's actually amazing because it's not woke. The fuck? Yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 is a perfect example of this. It's the most woke game that came out and everybody loved it. Okay? Everybody loved it. Why is it not woke? Why is it not considered woke? Because everybody fucking loved it. You could fuck a goddamn bear in it. It's the gayest game of all time. It's the most trans game of all time. But everybody liked it. So now it's not woke. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to talk about how woke Baldur's Gate was. They just move the fucking goalposts. And then they take advantage of like other games that are shitty. Like, what was that game? Concord or whatever? Concord wasn't shitty because they had them looking characters or whatever the fuck people are saying. It was just shitty. It was just not good. It was not a good game. Okay? Like, that's it. It wasn't shitty because it was woke. And I saw something about going back to the obvious ridiculousness. The Witcher is really about Ciri, which is why it makes sense as to why it is her leading the game. Ciri is bisexual. Read the books. This is a weird comment. Also, your username is giving loser. Feminazi Killer Knight 6233 says, disgusting and a big disappointment. We lost Ghost of Tsushima first, and now Witcher as well, making women as protagonist. Really, all Western gaming industries failing with shit woke agenda. Gay and women. Fuck that shit. CD Projekt Red, thank you for ruining this game. Hard pass. I'm imagining the mindset of this guy, bro. I swear to God. I'm imagining the mindset of this fucking guy. He's walking in. If he ever leaves his goddamn basement, he's walking to the DMV and losing his mind when he sees like a black woman behind the counter. He's like, ah, this is DEI. It's woke. Why can't I jerk off? And if the DMV lady is white, they're like, why can't I jerk off to the DMV lady? Your titty physics are not up to par, ma'am. I'm going back to Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, he has a Red Dead 2 avatar, which is also a very woke game too, but that's, don't even get started on that. Arthur Morgan is like the woke hero. The entire game is about how fucking woke he is. Anyway, the standard for all female characters should not be the merit of the existence of female characters should not be about like how fappable they are. Okay. And if that is unironically your like political movement, if that's unironically your perspective, you're a pervert. I don't know how else to describe this. Like you cannot exist in like civilized society. Like take a fucking shower, you know? And Tectone is the perfect person to say this to. It's like, bro, like this is not like something that you should be openly advocating for. You know what I mean? Like you should be ashamed to be like, oh, the video game industry is not appealing to my jerk off fantasies. Some games are going to feature this, and that's fine. And some games are going to feature this. Like, who gives a shit? Oh, my Lord. I think people are just... The more time we spend online, the more shameless we become with our digital footprint. The less time we spend with other human beings in the real world, the more creepy people get. And I think this is the final stage of that creeper-like behavior where you're just like not only unashamed of these desires, but you have turned this into like a political movement in your mind. Okay? Because on its face, this right here, on its face, this statement right here literally is like, every fucking video game female lead has to be a female lead that I can jerk off to. Like I'm porn brained. My brain is broken. I need to be able to coom. It's very weird. It's a very strange way to exist. And it's extra strange to like openly admit that this is your desire. And it's even stranger to say like, this is at the forefront of my political movement. This is at the forefront of my advocacy. Okay. And there's a real world example of this as well that I want to point to. Sydney Sweeney. Okay. As you guys know, we're big fans of Sydney Sweeney. The problem is Sydney Sweeney is a real human being. And when you're a real human being, sometimes you're not going to be under horrible light. You're not going to look the same as you do on the cover of a magazine. Sydney Sweeney shows off bikini body lounging outside a $13 million Florida Keys mansion. And this guy actually responded to this, and I didn't even like his response either. But he's referencing like all of the people that were like, what the fuck? Like all women are catfishes. Like what the fuck? Like this is crazy. It's really crazy how like 85 to 95% of men can't seem to figure out that 80% of what they find attractive is painstakingly, carefully curated presentation, 10% plastics and filler, and about 10% base model female. As soon as the presentation isn't carefully curated, they get turned off and confused. And Emily Sears is correct, by the way. This is broad daylight and the absolute most unflattering lighting possible. Give her a break. Like, Sydney Sweeney is incredibly attractive. Like, she is fine as hell. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Awooga, you know what I mean? But the way that like people respond to this shit, is so fucking crazy. Like we need to sedate the masses. You know what I mean? Like you need a sedative immediately. If you look at this photo and you're like, this is all women are catfishes. The question is to what degree? Like you look at these photos and you think, oh, gross. You're a freak. Okay? Do you not have mothers? Do you not have sisters? Have you never been around a woman? Do you not understand that, like, of course, people are not going to always look their best, their very best? And she still looks fantastic here. I don't understand it. Like, have these guys forgotten what real human beings look like? Now, the reason why I'm saying, do you not have a mom or a sister or a cousin or something, is because I know they don't have girlfriends. Okay? I know they do not have girlfriends because if they ever had girlfriends, they would know that, yeah, of course, someone being dolled up is going to look different than when, you know, they're waking up in the morning. And it doesn't even matter. It's not even saying, I'm not even saying that like, oh, when you're not dolled up to your very best, when you're maxed out with the best lighting possible, like that's the only time you look fuckable and great or whatever. Like you're a fucking freak. Just be a human being. Be a normal human being. What the hell is wrong with people? And obviously, the real academic, not to get super like academic on this, but the real reasons as to why people feel this way is because one, their society just like automatically slots women, patriarchy, automatically slots women into objects of desire who are fuckable and only good for that, or completely worthless. And it's insane. It's fucking insane. It's an unrealistic depiction of Sydney Sweeney here. She's obviously catfishing. Where's the lens flare reflecting off the perspiration on her titties like that Korea sword game? Yeah. I feel like most men who act like this, I've never been in a position to wake up next to a woman in the morning. Have never been in a position. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, just like capital G gamers, these people expect every person and everything to cater to the taste and expectations. They just don't understand what's the matter with the way she looks. There's no issue with the way she looks. It's just that she doesn't look like the last time this guy jerked off to her. That's it. That's the thing that they're frustrated by. They're like, they don't understand how like a physical body works. They don't understand that like you can bulk up for a specific role as an actress. They don't understand that like, you know, a creep shot in broad fucking daylight is not going to look the same. But this works in every facet of our lives. This is why so many people at early ages develop body dysmorphia, because they see airbrush photos of like fitness influencers, or they see how people look and they think this is how I'm supposed to look at all times, when that's not how it works. Okay? That's not how it fucking works. That's not, you're looking at an unrealistic expectation. Now, I'm not advocating to I don't know, stop Photoshop or anything like that, or I'm not advocating to abolish the way that the way that magazines work or the way that media works and where every frame is supposed to be perfect. I'm not saying that at all, but I hope that people can understand that is not how that's not how the real world works. And for me, it's like you have to be a complete shut-in. Okay? You have to be a complete brain-broken shut-in who is so far removed from having any real-world experiences that you think, well, I don't understand. Like, where you're like, I don't get it. What's going on? She's being a catfish, I think. It's craziness. It's actually fucking nutty. I feel like there was some semblance of social pressure that used to exist where if you had attitudes like this openly, other people would check you. In a group of friends, if you were like, yo, you see that Sydney Sweeney photo, dude? Like, she looks busted in it. Other friends that you used to have in the real world would probably be like, yeah, dude, that's normal. I don't know if you've ever encountered a woman or whatever. Or just a human being, not even just a woman, just a human being in general. Like that's normal. They're not always going to look the way that they do in a fucking photo that you jerked off to. Stop being gay, dog. That would be a normal conversation to have in this situation. You know? I'm not saying I would exhibit this homophobic tendency, but like, you know, that's how it would work in a normal situation. But because people are only online nowadays, yes, there is this social degradation We have become more degenerate. As someone who works on and edits photos all day, there's been this big shift outside of the modeling industry to embrace the imperfect. I think fashion and movies and branding is slowly following suit, but these coomers stop the momentum because they are the dumbest consuming whales. Yeah. To be fair, the men making these comments are supermodels. Yeah. Well, for them, obviously, you don't have to be, right? Obviously, for men, they don't have to be. They have to just be successful. And even if they are not successful, that also doesn't matter. Even if they're fucking shut-in losers, okay, with no discernible footprint, and the only thing that they are doing, is just like yelling into the fucking wind, it still doesn't matter. Because as long as they say stuff like this, they get affirmation from other men who are also losers in the same way, and that makes them feel like they are reaching some level of success. This is the model for the Naughty Dog game, by the way. Tati Gabrielle. But here's the other side of this, okay? Here's the other side of this. A lot of this stuff stays online. The problem is we are all becoming more online. We are losing sight. We are losing sight of what it means to not be online. We're losing sight of like what it means to exist in the real world. And things online are increasingly changing the real world as well. So I am very fearful of what this spells for the future of interpersonal relationships, culture, societal attitudes broadly. Because in the past, like, there was a level of shame that people could enforce upon you, a little social shame. There's another point you're not bringing up, and it's that men will focus on women's appearance as a form of control. No, absolutely. I addressed the way that patriarchal constructs work in this circumstance, but you're right. That is another aspect of this as well. It's like, oh, if you're scantily clad, then you need to put on some clothes. And if you're not fuckable and not jerk offable, then, what the fuck are you doing? You need to be an object of my sexual desire. It's gross. Huh. 1000% Skyrim modding created these incel losers. They want to mod women in real life too. Holy fuck. What the hell is this? KS Hairdo is a hair pack that contains 983 hairstyles. The Eyes of Beauty SSE, official port of the TOB SSE with permission from Logram. 66,000 upvotes. 5.3 million downloads. 6.8 million downvotes. 6.8 million downloads. Expressive Face Gen Morphs SE. No third places in the US has all of us isolated. That's why these takes aren't just instantly shamed into oblivion, because now instead of shame, they get retweets and upvotes. Yeah. By other like-minded fucking losers. And also, that creates a permission structure for this kind of sentiment to thrive. And that permission structure makes it so that other people look at that and go, well, I don't know if this is a normal person or a fucking troglodyte pervert saying this, but other people seemingly agree with it. Other people seemingly agree with it, so maybe it is the correct thing. What is this? They are DEI gender swapping. Thank you for sending me your rubbish. Go watch some cosplayers turn trash into treasure. Wait, have you never seen a mod site? Instead of cool improvements like we used to get modders, just add tits lol. And the other part of this is that blue sky post that I saw yesterday that someone sent me that was really interesting. Apparently, this is almost identical to that study that was conducted. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's that one famous study where, like, in business environments, women that speak significantly less than men are still seen as speaking more than men. You know what I'm talking about? And it seems like there is like women are almost always seen as getting more time to speak, even if they speak significantly less than men. And that's because, like, it's the idea is that women are not supposed to speak at all, or at least, like, you're trained into thinking that they're not supposed to speak at all. So when they do speak, you're like, oh, okay. It's not even like this outward bias, right? It's implicit. It's something that you don't intentionally lean into. You just kind of feel like it's the truth. We are, yes. It's because women speaking is out of the ordinary. We're naturally more likely to notice abnormal events. That is the nicest way to put it. Okay? Now, what's really interesting about that, if I recall correctly, that stat is that women speak 30% of the time. They are perceived as having spoken for the majority of the time. Yeah. So what's really interesting about that is that because the gaming space is so, like, historically so focused on tailoring to this, catering to the specific needs of, like, men in general, right? Even when you have like any female roles, we think like, oh, this is happening a lot more than I'm used to. And I think that's a big part of the problem, because there were stats on this, and apparently it's like 7% of all new games that have come out have a female protagonist. And I think, like, the LGBT tag on Steam is even lower than that. It's like 1.3% or something of the new games that have come out. Yeah, this is the Jacob Geller post from Blue Sky. Here. Fascinating video on Steam trends, especially these statistics of all the games released in Steam in 2024.
Did you know?
It seems that just 2.5% had the tag LGBTQ+, and 7% had the female protagonist tag. This is supposedly the political trend that is overwhelming and destroying gaming. That's what they are saying. Now, it has increased, right? It has certainly increased. But the irony is, it's not necessarily a major increase that these gamers are complaining about. Now, you might say these tags are fucking bullshit, okay? And that there's a lot more female protagonists that are out there in all these games. But I'm not so inclined to believe that. I think we just treat non-female protagonist games as invisible, the norm. We don't see it in the same way. There's that famous study about men perceiving women as dominating the conversation in situations where women spoke half as much as men. These stats are even more absurd. Can you explain this by referring to the fact that men and masculinity lack subjectivity? Performativity has rendered men a lost identity. Yeah, this is the video. I scraped the entire Steam catalog. Here's the data.
Know that half of the top 50 games on Steam are indie titles? Or that there are only 4 fighting games with a romantic theme? Here's a fun one. Did you know that the word life appears in more game titles than death? Yet war is mentioned twice as often as love? Today, we're diving into the data and exploring some fun insights into the game development.
Anyway, this is just like a very nerdy but very cool video from Newbie Indie Game Dev, okay, that basically scoured the entirety of the Steam catalog and created these like data clouds, word clouds, like all this stuff to just like see where the space of gaming is, like what the space is, what the space looks like. And I think it's pretty valid to look through the Steam catalog. Is the most comprehensive catalog out there, obviously. You know? I love data 127. I don't love data. Stop. Reactionaries don't care about data. Don't care. They only care about the vibe, dog. Yeah, I know. I know. What is 127? It's my high score that I got on the autism test. Okay, that's what they're referencing. But I think this is the most interesting aspect of it, you know? The notion that only 2.5% had the LGBTQ plus tag and 7% had the female protagonist tag means at least like the female protagonist one is the most important one in my opinion. That means that games are still overwhelmingly featuring male protagonists. Now, the argument here isn't to fucking be like, no, it has to be 50-50 or anything. I don't give a shit. Okay? I don't give a shit at all. I want games to just be good. And if games are bad and you're feeling like games are becoming bad, when I don't even necessarily agree with that, I think the space has grown and absolutely ballooned in size in comparison to where it was when I was younger. Okay? As an old man at the age of 33, like, I never would have thought that gaming would get to the positions that it's gotten to, where you can have like a singular developer make a fucking multiple award-winning game like Balatro. Like, that's crazy. Okay? I'm 33 years old, and when I was growing up, you got once every fucking decade, you got like this world-changing game. You know what I mean? Now you can get it in a week. Side-by-side comparison of Akira and Intergalactic. Yeah, that's pretty sick too. They just completely ripped the Akira vibe, which I love. Did you play Roller Coaster Tycoon growing up? Yes. Anyway, I don't know, man. Back in the day, we had Ocarina of Time, Final Fantasy VII, Mario 64, GTA, so many ghosts so close together. I know, but my point is, wait, I wasn't saying that there aren't like incredible games that came out back then. I'm just saying that like they would come out in a big blast sometimes, but overall, there was a lot of time that took place in between. And gaming since then, like the industry since then has grown so much that there is seemingly one of these like AAA titles or quadruple A titles or world-changing games with incredible technology backing them coming out with regular frequency. At least that's the way I feel about it. Maybe I'm wrong. Chat has Beatles bias. Yeah. We used to wait 2 to 3 years for a smash hit. Now we have one every other month. Yeah. And it's also international too. There's like you know, there's a bangers coming out of every goddamn country at this point. Like, dude, think about it. Like, Poland is making fucking these incredible video games now. They got one computer over there and they're using it for good. So I'm not sure about that. A lot of games were released in the late 90s, all pretty much at the same time. No, but it would take a long ass time in between is what I'm trying to say. All right, anyway. Let's continue. Yeah, motherfuckers in Ukraine make video games like Stalker while they are literally being invaded. Like that is how insane the gaming space has become. Where you can be under fire, okay, being straight up invaded, and you can make a goddamn video game. Anyway. Chatter's thinking less good games come out now. Have no idea how many more games in general come out now than in the 90s. Exactly. But yeah, let's see what Squeaks was doing.
As a little child, because there weren't games jobs.
He was doing the
around
same
here,
shit I was doing.
I stayed passionate about it and broke through in basically my late 30s.
Blue hair, pink hair, wrap it up.
Get laid off before Thanksgiving, and I said to my wife Jess, like, this is unacceptable. Hi everybody, it's Amir, and I'm here to help support you as you look for.
I do appreciate Asmongold's chat existing though, honestly, because it at least like improved my video game award experience. You know, it certainly improved my video game awards experience. It was like content, how fucking cancerous it was. But also simultaneously, there were some brief moments where it was hilarious. Like that one guy who said, honestly, W Japan. That was a very earnest moment from at least one Asmongold chatter who just fucking saw all of the awards that like Japanese developers were winning. And he said, honestly, W Japan.
As you look for your next opportunity in video games. I can't imagine.
So it's like if they were just like confined to like one part of the internet where they couldn't do harm to the developers or whatever, or have any sort of motion and like put people in the crosshairs of harassment or whatever, it'd be fine. It'd be great if they were quarantined and you could just like look at it from afar like a bunch of zoo animals and laugh. Then that's fine. Back in the day, it was 4chan. They were contained. Now they're all over fucking Twitter. And they're able to monetize the fucking idiocy. It's very frustrating. Also, this is the last thing I'm going to show.
Oh, wait. Huh? There's Kojima, look. Ooh. Did you know that Jeff Keighley's friends with him?
Yeah, but does Kojima know that?
He didn't like it because he's like, I don't know what the fuck these guys are saying. Put some respect on it, bitch. You don't mention the GOAT. I love the clip I saw Emeru talking to Asman saying, you really are the Lich King. When you were suspended, my chat got wild with some strange ass people. They all had nowhere to go. Yeah. They are more famous than he is. In that room, they are not more famous than Kojima. Kojimbo is fluent in English. He just doesn't speak it because of insecurity. is Kojima Sensei. What did you think of the award show overall, bro? Is a little bit long. I will admit. I feel like every year it gets longer and longer, and I don't know if it's like my bias or if it's actually backed by hard data. I'm sure this would be very easy to figure out, but it's a lot, dude. I also think it was rigged a little bit for Astrobot, but that's neither here nor there. You know, that's just how I feel about it. I think Black Myth Wukong would have been great. Balatro. I didn't even play Balatro, but like obviously a lot of people loved it. You know, it is what it is. We'll do Greta Thunberg on Gaza in a little bit, but let's get to the news. I'm done with the fucking silly gaming space. Let's do some real news now. Even though many of you that white knuckled through this 1 hour and 45-minute segment need to understand that this is the world that we live in. This is the world that we live in. Okay? And these guys do dominate the online sphere in very meaningful ways. And they are breaking the brains of your younger brothers, your younger siblings, maybe your sons. Okay? And it's important to address it sometimes. Like a lot of these, the hobbies that young men have online are completely dominated by right-wing sentiment. Anyway.
We're going to begin, though, with this. We've got newly revealed evidence in the murder of the United Healthcare.
Wait, you and Kojimbo is 1-to-1? Wait, is this the... Oh, no, it's not a... I fuck with fat bitches. Bitches scrolled out. Ladies. There's no way this is real, man. Shut the fuck up. My goat would never. My goat would never. Okay, we got to move on from the gaming. Y'all are so stupid. That's his Instagram profile pic. Okay. Let's get back to it. We're doing news, okay? Calm down. We're doing UHC, United Healthcare CEO shooter, okay? There's new updates. We're like, it doesn't mean that like United Healthcare, he wasn't even a UHC client. And it's like, okay, sure. Would that have made it, would you be defending it if he was? Like, I don't understand. It's all these people that are like desperately trying to grab on to anything to be like, no, this guy is silly. This guy is stupid. This guy is wrong. This guy's insane. And you shouldn't feel like, you should feel angry that he did this. Okay? You should feel angry that he did this. You should feel resentful towards him and his actions and not, the way that United Healthcare and many other for-profit healthcare industry leaders have destroyed your lives. Okay? Forget about that, please. And I think that like a lot of people are just trying to like finger wag. A lot of people in the media are trying to finger wag their way into like trying to reshape the public narrative. And I don't know if it's working or not. I'm sure it has some play for a lot of older people that get their notes from mainstream publications, or maybe some dumbasses who get their notes from like right-wing content creators in general. But having said that, you can't finger wag your way out of this. Like, people are very mad. Understandably, they're very mad.
New York.
I don't know why people are saying this is a new surveillance tech that they figured out to create a parallel narrative as to how they found him. Like, I'm inclined to believe the mainstream narrative on this. Like, I'm inclined to believe that, like, no, there was definitely like an old lady at McDonald's who was like, I think that's the killer. You know? They do have mass surveillance. It's in every part of our lives. But having said that, you can see that it takes time for them to actively monitor a city with like 14 million people in it, or however many million people live in New York City. What is this, 7 or 14? Am I getting the number wrong? It's 8.2. Sorry, not 14. It's 8.2 million people in New York City at any given moment in Manhattan. Obviously, it's going to be difficult for difficult for investigators to, even with all of the mass amount of surveillance that exists, it's going to be difficult for people to figure out one singular individual wearing a mask and where they go. So I don't know. I don't know if this is like a person being. I don't know if this is like your McDonald's self-checkout kiosk spying on you or whatever. Hasan is running D for the NYPD. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I don't know how true, but allegedly the CEO of Peak Designs ratted Luigi out to the police by looking up the serial number in the backpack they found. I can see that. They are creating a parallel narrative for the NYPD data. You have not seen the tools NYPD Fusion has, however, not for the arrest. I think a lot of people overestimate the power that like artificial intelligence has. Or maybe they overestimate the power that human beings have. Mass surveillance is here, and it has been here for quite some time. We exist under a surveillance state, but the surveillance state is still operated by human beings, and human beings are not fucking machines. They're not robots. They're not going to be able to like immediately map out the trajectory of a fucking shooter in a city with so many goddamn people in it. Now, not only that, but also artificial intelligence sucks dick, especially when it comes to especially in instances where you need it to be correct. Okay? Artificial intelligence as it works currently, okay, or AI or machine learning or whatever you want to call it, as it works currently is only good at being the plausible deniability machine, okay? It's only good if it's not supposed to work. It's only good for Lavender AI's targeting capabilities. It's only good so you can just say, oh, we handed it off to a machine, and if the machine fucked up, then oops, it is what it is. It's only good if it works. It's only good if it's supposed to be bad, if that makes sense. Just like United Healthcare that utilized AI to process more denials over claims, like valid claims, at a significantly higher rate than human beings would. You're an expert? No. I don't think you guys understand. Like the current, everybody wants to feel like these super powerful machines are just, they're better than human beings at like tracking, and they're more accurate. Not realizing that the data input into it is oftentimes inaccurate, and that causes super basic hallucinations in like even something like ChatGPT. Like AI is amazing, but it's not as amazing as you think it is my point. That's it. And it will continue to get better unless it keeps working off of other garbage AI and they don't figure out a way to clean it of its imperfections. But yeah, I think human beings are still on top in this moment, for better or for worse. We are in a surveillance state. We are not in a Minority Report future. Exactly. That's it. Like, the level of access that people have once they identify someone is expansive, it's vast, it's unimaginable to the normal human's mind. Okay? That much I agree with. But in instances where you're scouring through like terabytes and terabytes of data and you have to pinpoint one person with accuracy, AI is not good enough to be able to do that correctly. At least for now. Especially if I think, especially for now, like the failure rating. Bro, I agree with every single one of your takes except AI. You don't understand that it's exponentially growing and will supersede human intelligence most likely by 2029. I'm simply talking about where it's at currently, chatters. That's it. I think people think that like AI facial surveillance recognition technology is like so much better than the way people think it is. At least as it stands. At least for now. LLM, ChatGPT, etc. are inherently flawed and will never be able to reason. They can only imitate reasoning relatively convincingly. We will need a new model before we see anything like sci-fi level AI, genuine artificial intelligence, as opposed to a very good chatbot. I think big cores using AI to comb through thousands of resumes to hire people is akin to getting precogged. Getting my master's in data science and data policy, and you're not far off. Do you really think the US government isn't working on mass AI surveillance tech? You are unkmaxing. Did I say that? Did I say that the United States government is not working on this technology? Did I say that AI is not already here in terms of surveillance technology? How many times have I talked about this fucking asshole? What do you think he does? What do you think his like signature achievement is? What do you think Palantir does? They're working on it for sure. I never said they're not working on it. I'm simply stating that as it stands currently, it is nowhere near as good as you think it is. It's not capable, in my opinion, of scouring through like terabytes and terabytes of visual and audio data to accurately pinpoint in real time where a certain person is in the city. You still have to do old school investigative reporting, or you still have to do that classic like $50,000 reward for a human being that recognizes the shooter, please. Way out of your depth here, dog. Okay. And I'm not even saying that it's not going to get there. It will. And it's certainly faster at processing shit than human beings can. But I think that people who think that this is like Minority Report style, like boop, 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 they immediately tracked the shooter, they found him instantly, and they actually mapped out his movements, and now they're like secretly trying to hide that they have this capability. by crafting a parallel narrative, I think that's not correct. You definitely aren't out of your depth. You're basically reflecting exactly what top scientists studying AI are saying. Yeah. Now, make no mistake, every day is the worst that AI ever will be. Okay? Today is the worst that AI will be. That is the case. It's only going to get better, and it's going to exponentially get better. I think that is the case for sure. You literally have to be listening to AI salesmen to think it's there already. But there are still issues. As far as I understand, there's issues with the data being processed. I've always maintained this position. And I think people that work with AI hype it up quite a bit for their own personal financial interests. Like they make it seem as though it's already there, it's done, is it going to kill the world? Like what's happening? When in fact, like, no, AI is used as currently to basically cast aside certain subsects of the labor force. That's it. That is the primary purpose of it. And if it's like shittier and shittier output, it doesn't even fucking matter. Because these guys only care about their bottom line. It works only if it's not 100% accurate, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't work when it requires 100% accuracy. Pinpointing a person, pinpointing a needle in a fucking haystack requires basically 100% accuracy, and the AI is not there yet. That's it. But if it's something like, an advanced chatbot, or if it's something like, if it's something that basically can be wrong, and the goal is for it to be wrong anyway, like the AI processing denials at a much faster clip than like human beings, then yeah, AI is great for that. That's what it works for. Anyway, let's continue.
Governor Kathy Hochul has said she expects to see an ironclad indictment soon and is adamant that Mangione, quote, return to face the consequences. Meanwhile, this morning, there's a new op-ed in the New York Times from the CEO of United Health Group, the parent company of United Healthcare, titled, "The Healthcare System is Flawed, Let's Fix It." In it, he calls Brian Thompson a brilliant, kind man who is working to make healthcare better for everyone. He acknowledged the flaws in the healthcare system, but condemned the vitriol and threats against healthcare employees, saying, quote, while the healthcare system is not perfect, every corner of it is filled with people who try to do their best for those they serve.
I mean, one of the issues with the healthcare system is that the flaw may be at the very core of it. How can you have a profit-motivated system on top of something as necessary as people's healthcare?
And that's part of the op-ed, that he says no one person or no one designed this one system. It's a patchwork.
Yeah.
And so now it's time to fix it, while not, of course.
Yeah, it's fundamentally broken because profit should not exist. That's it. You cannot have inelastic demand and have profit at the same time. You can't be you cannot have the profit motive in a sector that has inelastic demand. And by the way, this is not just for healthcare. This is also for housing as well, just so you understand. This is my attitude. I have to make this very clear. That's it. So the notion that it's like, oh, it's imperfect, but we're trying our very best is silly. Okay? That's dumb. Not you. Sure, the system is broken, but if you want to be the CEO, you have to be willing to represent the corporation in every way. No, they do, and they get paid for it. They get paid to represent the corporation in every way. They get paid for those inhumane decisions that they sign off on. So no, I think it's fucking ridiculous when people go, oh, what the fuck? This is just a normal human being, just like you, just like me. Like, I have a lot of charity for the average person who's just simply trying to exist. I have a lot of charity for the average person that's working in this corporation because like everyone is working in a ultimately, given the way that capitalism works, every single person is contributing to this fucking death machine. I work technically under an Amazon subsidiary. Okay. That's it. I am a contracted 1099 employee of one of the most brutal killing machines out there, Amazon. Okay. When virtually every single person is working for the brutal killing machine, then yeah, technically no one is. Okay. Having said that, however, and I have to repeat this position. Like, I don't think adventurism is the solution here. Okay. I don't think that like a direct violence against CEOs is going to solve this problem. I don't think so at all. But I think it's important to examine where this frustration is coming from. What leads someone to take this act? Okay. The reason why I cover the story in the way that I do is because this act of adventurism, given how heightened the contradictions are, has created this gap, this messaging gap between what the media is saying, what people in positions of power are saying, and how the average person feels about it. Okay? So it can be a spark that develops, at least to a certain degree, some semblance of class consciousness in the minds of a lot of Americans. Okay? And even if it doesn't, they still have been able to recognize who the real victims are in this situation, who the real pain dealers are in this situation. It's not. You get paid blood money. I guarantee these dorks are the same dorks that want to invade Mexico to stop cartels. You got your own vultures feasting on Americans. You just legalized it. Yeah. People are saying this young guy's a trust fund baby and the CEO came from a working class family. Yes, because they're trying to desperately reshape the narrative, okay? They're trying to desperately reshape the narrative in very meaningful ways, and I think they're still failing because you cannot get a person to you cannot logic your way out of real human suffering, okay? You cannot get a normal person, a Deborah or a Barbara or a Hank, living in middle America that has been fucked over by a giant for-profit healthcare company to go, oh, let's be reasonable about this. Like, they just don't care. At most, this is a moment for them to feel, some semblance of, oh, you got what was coming for you. You can't finger wag and try to reason with them, okay? You can't just be like, oh, you feel good about this? Well, fuck you. You're a bad guy. When most of us don't pay for insurance because it's too expensive, it should be clear which side we're on. Dog, how can you honestly say that violence is not effective when we've seen more progress in the past week than we have since the Affordable Care Act? It's like how you say Israel has shown it only responds to violence. They've literally shown that, dude. I don't think you understand this, okay? Appalachian Soviet. First and foremost, okay? This act of violence may have, this act of violence in a vacuum would be completely meaningless, okay? It's actually the public response to this act of violence that, in my opinion, has created a lot of fear, at the very least in C-suite executives, all in a variety of different sectors. Okay? Do you get it? I'm not saying that it has not been impactful. I'm simply stating that you have to recognize where that impact is. Because if this had happened and every Tom, Dick, and Harry, every Barbara, Deborah, and Hank turned around and was like, this is gross violence. How dare you? There is no place for vigilantism in American society. This is a wonderful CEO. And that could have very well been the case because of the American predisposition towards crime and punishment. Americans are very one note on this. They go, crime, I see crime, death penalty. This is a very draconian culture. You must understand. I still was very shocked to see the groundswell of support for Luigi Mangione, even before they knew who he was, even before they knew what he looked like. They saw a guy in broad daylight dome a healthcare CEO, and everyone was like, I know exactly what happened there. They didn't know a single damn thing. They had no information whatsoever. And they immediately were like, I know what happened. How could people be so united? How could people understand exactly what was going on without any of the details whatsoever? It's because American healthcare is so expansive, so ruthless, so brutal. For-profit healthcare in general is so awful that it has caused a universal suffering. It has universalized the pain. Every American knows at least one person or has at least in some way, shape, or form experienced this pain. Whether it is a massive fucking check that they have to pay in the aftermath of one of their most vulnerable moments, or something far worse than that, like an immediate family member dying. That's it. That is the reason why so many people, without knowing a single damn thing, recognize what the fuck was going on. Here, I'm going to show you something, okay? There was a TikTok that I saw of me from a couple days prior, okay, when I was in England.
This morning, a frantic manhunt for the man authorities spotted on this survey.
So this dude, big homie over here, okay, Mr. CEO, walking up to his hotel. Oh, this one got like 1 million views. Having a dude, but this isn't the one. Hold on. Policing. Let's talk about this. Claim denial rates by insurance companies. Look, this is crazy. Look, United Health Group. We are deeply saddened and shocked at the passing of our dear friend and colleague, Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare. Brian was a highly respected colleague and friend to all who work with him. We are working closely with the New York Police Department and ask for your patience and understanding during this difficult time. Our hearts go out to Brian's family and all who were close to him. 41,000 ha-has. Remember, this is happening. I'm covering this in real time as it had just happened. Only 2.2 thousand kind of sad crying faces. 42,000 ha-has. I'm sorry. Prior authorization is required for thoughts and prayers. 15,000 likes. Sending prior authorization, denied claims, collections, and prayers to his family. 16,000 likes. Was his trip to the ER really emergent? According to his own company, my husband's heart attack wasn't an emergency, and we were out $3,000, full deductible. 5,000 likes. Is crazy what my first thought was, and then I look at the comments and realize I'm not alone in my thoughts. 1,000 likes. I just can't find the care. Maybe if they ask for pre-approval of my care, then after they care. Like, this is just, wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find the other video. I guess I didn't like it, but I saw it. There was something that I saw where I was like talking about it from that same clip where I'm talking about like if they find him. There was another TikTok where basically I was saying once this person is found, okay, if he's also attractive and he has this like profound message, this is going to be devastating for a lot of CEOs. I said something along those lines, and I can't remember where that video is, but that was before we knew what the fucking dude looked like. That was before we knew what his like actual motive was. We still don't fully know what his actual motive is. And look where we're at now. The reason why I'm remembering that is because I saw it and I thought I liked it and reposted it, but I guess I didn't. And it's what do you call it? It's out there somewhere, but everybody was like, damn, this is so prophetic. It got deleted? No, I doubt it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's from my coverage. It's not, and this isn't for the self-glaze. The reason why I'm bringing this up, the reason why I brought it up is not to be like, look how far ahead of the future I can see or whatever. The reason why I'm saying that is because, like, I'm not a particularly intelligent person. I don't have the gift of foresight. Okay? I simply understood at that moment what everybody else understood, which is that this was a universal experience that people had, and even if they didn't know what he looked like, or even if they didn't know who this person was, they immediately were like, I have been there. I have felt that anger and that frustration. And you cannot write that out. You cannot turn around and simply finger wag away the way people feel. You know? Exactly. It doesn't take a weatherman to look outside and see the weather. Ha? 2. 2,5. Yo, 2,5'dan yaparsan yerim. 3 gibi işte. Oh, you found it here.
Overnight, the shooter seen here about 20 minutes before the shooting.
They're looking for a male about 5 feet.
Oh, this is the one, yeah.
Cream.
Yo, by the way, like, you know, don't get mad at me. I don't want to be like inappropriate here, but he looks kind of fucking hot, dude. I cannot be the only person who immediately went, wow. Clearly, this guy has interesting style and also is kind of attractive. Which is part of the reason why I thought if they catch him and he gets his message out and he's fucking hot, it's going to be a far more consequential problem. They should let him go. Honestly, I'm not even joking when I say this. They should let him go, because if they catch him and they arrest him and then he gets to talk and says, this is why I did it, it's going to be a Shinzo Abe situation. Fuck it. It already has become a Shinzo Abe situation. And that's actually the truly interesting part about this story. Now, yep. Pre-watch. That is from December 5th. Okay? December 5th, 2024. This is before they saw all the other photos. This is before his face reveal happened. That was as it was happening. Yeah, no, this is before the face reveal. For those of you who don't understand the Shinzo Abe comparison, okay? Shinzo Abe was assassinated. And once Japanese society understood what the motivations of the assassin were, they were like, oh, we agree with him. It was a real propaganda of the deed moment. This is even worse than that Shinzo Abe situation, specifically because it's even worse than the Shinzo Abe situation because maybe a lot of Japanese people didn't realize that there was this Korean cult that had placed its tentacles in Japanese society. But they found out afterwards. And when they did, they were like, I don't like this. But virtually every single American has been fucked over by healthcare. Okay? In this circumstance, you didn't even need to know his motivations to recognize what it is. Because people have a direct experience with this. They have a direct experience being wronged. And it's more consequential than being wronged, like that Ben Shapiro commentator said, being wronged by your barista fucking up your order. When you're wronged by your for-profit healthcare company, you're wronged in a really meaningful way. In the best possible outcome, you're still tasked with paying a massive medical bill. In the worst possible outcome, you have an immediate family member who dies. Okay? So all of these guys that turn around and try to tell people like you shouldn't feel some type of way about this, you're not going to be able to write articles that convince enough people, I think. The way people see it, maybe not directly, but indirectly. Yeah, here's what happened, by the way. Japan's government asked the court to revoke the legal status of the Unification Church. So, like, they literally fulfilled the desires of the assassin in Japan. Anyway. So I want to cover the guest essay from New York Times editorial board. United Health Group CEO, the healthcare system is flawed. Let's fix it. It's by Andrew Whitty, who is the chief executive officer of the United Health Group, the parent company of United Healthcare. This is the CEO on top of the CEO, the big dog. Just so you understand. And he wrote this article, and the article had 2.5 thousand quotes, comments, and they had to close the comment section because they didn't like what the New York Times readers were commenting. This person is the top dog, the person who wrote this article. Let's take a look at what he said. They had to turn off the comments in this article. As Brian Thompson's family, friends, and colleagues mourn his killing, we are bearing a grief and sadness we will carry for the rest of our lives. Grief for the family he leaves behind, and grief for a brilliant, kind man who was working to make healthcare better for everyone. Absolutely no one believes this. We greatly appreciate the enormous outpouring of support for Brian, who ran our health insurance business, United Healthcare, as well as our wider company, which I lead. Yet we are also struggling to make sense of this unconscionable act and the vitriol that has been directed at our colleagues who have been barraged by threats. No employees, be they the people who answer customer calls or nurses who visit patients in their homes, should have to fear for their and their loved ones' safety. It's gross that the CEO is once again using regular working class people who also are ironically getting fucked over by their own healthcare companies while they're working for the healthcare company as a way to try and soften the blow. It's not the nurses, and it should never be the nurses, and it shouldn't be the customer service representatives either. This anger is directed towards the CEOs and the people who play a role. You're using them as human shields here. You're hiding behind them. We know that the health system does not work as well as it should, and we understand people's frustrations with it. I want to look up how much United Healthcare has spent on lobbying. Just real quick. Lobbying expenditure. I wonder if this is like something easy to find. United Healthcare has spent $5.8 million on total lobbying expenditures in 2024. Well, well, well. So we do know why the health system does not work as well as it should. And we understand people's frustrations with it. That rings a little hollow when you think about this. This is the direct money that United Healthcare alone has spent on lobbying alone. These are direct funds. This does not factor in the conferences, the wheeling and dealing. Okay? This does not factor in other healthcare, for-profit healthcare groups that also play a significant role. This does not factor in industry-specific lobbying groups. This is just United Healthcare just for 2024, this past election cycle. Please understand, the number across the board, industry-wide, is significantly higher. Okay? Let's take a look at healthcare lobbying in general. When you look at the sector profile for health, it goes up to $562,332,190. 48% of the number of lobbyists are former government employees as well. Once again, this still does not factor in. This still does not factor in. This $500 million does not factor in all of the issues. Okay? This does not factor in how much money they're spending on top of this. This doesn't factor in the ad spend. This, which plays a pretty significant role in why media figures are so defensive of healthcare profits. You spend hundreds of millions of dollars across the board industry-wide on ad spend on mainstream networks, and then those mainstream networks play ball for you. Okay? And the best part about this is all of this also plays a role in why healthcare sector profit margins are only 6%. Because this is expenditure before profits. United Healthcare alone works with almost $500 billion in revenue. $500 billion in revenue generated. All of this, not this isn't entirely United Healthcare. This is just pure lobbying alone. All of that is going into their expenses. And even then, they still come out on top with $33 billion in pure profit. Okay? Just understand. So when a healthcare CEO that sits on top of United Care Group turns around and says, we know the health system does not work as well as it should, and we understand people's frustrations with it. It's like, no, dog, you spend a shitload to directly lobby Congress to make sure it's busted. And then on top of that, you still spend a shitload to normalize the cruelty and the pain people experience. You designed the problems. So make no mistake, it's fucking bullshit when they say, oh, dude, this is ridiculous. In 2023, the ad spending on United Healthcare SVCs in the United States was the highest on television media, reaching a value of $174.91 million US. No one would design a system like the one we have, and no one did. It's a patchwork built over decades. Our mission is to help make it work better. No, it's not. We are willing to partner with anyone, as we always have: healthcare providers, employers, patients, pharmaceutical companies, governments, and others to find ways to deliver high quality care and lower costs. Clearly, we are not there yet. We understand and share the desire to build a healthcare system that works better for everyone. That is the purpose of our organization. Healthcare is both intensely personal and very complicated, and the reasons behind coverage decisions are not well understood. We share some of the responsibility for that. Yeah, dude. It's the lack of transparency. Yeah, no. You don't understand. There are good reasons for why we deny coverage. You're using too much healthcare, which, by the way, we're not even providing. Nurses, doctors, hospitals are providing the care. We simply are the shitty middleman that makes money off of making the process more costly. And the way we make money, by denying you the actual coverage that you paid for. That is the purpose. This is a parasitic force. They are fucking leeches. Just so you understand, their entire profit comes from getting your money in the form of premiums, okay, and creating this unnecessarily complex middleman, only to then turn around and not pay for the full coverage. Their whole reason for existence is profit. And as a reason for existence, the way that they generate that profit is by getting money from you and then doing everything in their power to not pay the entire medical bill. That's how they make money. Just so you understand. Together with employers, governments, and others who pay for care, we need to improve how we explain what insurance covers and how decisions are made. Behind each decision lies a comprehensive and continually updated body of clinical evidence focused on achieving the best health outcomes and ensuring patient safety. Yeah. That's why whenever there's no insurance industry, no for-profit insurance that plays this like incredibly expensive middle manager role, specifically for the purpose of, generating profits for some of the wealthiest people in society, everybody dies. Famously, in all other comparable OECD nations, people are just dying left and right. They have no safety for their patients. Why? Because the insurance sector doesn't exist or is not as fucking robust as it is in the United States of America. Except, no, that's not the case. But they will never tell you that. Americans are purposely shut off from recognizing that there are countries, both to the north of us and to the south of us, that have actually figured out this unimaginably complex situation that we simply can't figure out. And there are even far better systems as well. There are examples of wealthier countries, or at least like not as wealthy as America because we are the wealthiest nation on earth, but there are examples of countries that have far less than us, and yet they have been able to figure out a nationalized structure. How does that work? How does that exist? It's because in all of those other countries, no matter how tyrannical they might be, in other circumstances, like fucking Turkey even, there is still a responsibility for governance. There is an interest in welfare, the welfare of the citizenry. That's it. It's not fucking magic. It's because somewhere along the line, somewhere throughout this history, leaders were like, yeah, we still need to, we need to make sure that we have a healthy society. In America, this does not exist because what matters most is not the overall welfare of the citizenry. What matters most is profit. What matters most is corporations and their welfare. We put profit over people every step of the way. While the health system is not perfect, every corner is filled with people who try to do their best for who they serve. Brian was one of those people. He was raised in the same Iowa farmhouse as his mom. His dad spent more than 40 years unloading trucks at grain elevators. BT, as we knew him, worked farm jobs as a kid and fished at a gravel pit with his brother. He never forgot where he came from because it was the needs of people who live in places like Jewell, Iowa, that he considered first in finding ways to improve care. I'm going to be really real with you. If I were to go to Jewell, Iowa, a town of like, 1,200 people, I could probably find like 300 people that got fucked over dramatically by their for-profit healthcare. Maybe not by United Healthcare specifically. But that's so funny to be like, This is where he comes from. This tiny town. Okay? I'm willing to bet if you went to that fucking tiny town and you found randomly, okay, the population is 1,183. If you went to that random town and asked like 100 people, you would find 90 people that got fucked over, or at least knows a person in their immediate family that got fucked over by for-profit insurance. Okay? It does not matter. When a colleague proposed a new idea to Brian, he would always ask, would you want this for your own family? If not, end of discussion. Brian was never content with the status quo. That's why he pushed us to build dedicated teams to help the sickest people navigate the health system. It's why he fought for preventative health and quality health outcomes rather than simply adding ever more tests and procedures. He believed decisions about healthcare should start with the individual and champion plans in which consumers could see costs and coverage options up front so they could decide what's best for themselves and their families. The ideas he advocated for were aimed at making healthcare more affordable, more transparent, more intuitive, more compassionate, and more human. That's Brian's legacy, one that we will carry forward by continuing our work to make the health system work better for everyone. The amount of fucking profits that Brian brought in must have been great enough for this guy to fucking put his name on this article. Holy shit. Here are some of the comments from 4 hours ago. There's a watchword for the way people justify bad acts nowadays. Allied. Mr. Whitty elides many key facts in this somewhat sanctimonious essay about his colleague's death. The fact that no insurance executive has a primary obligation to any patient. The fact that no for-profit insurance company is incentivized by their policyholders' successful therapy. The fact that his company is notorious among healthcare providers for employing any and all means to obfuscate, distract, confuse, delay, and otherwise obstruct paying our benefits. Mr. Thompson's death was indeed tragic, but Mr. Whitty has offered no substantive plans to address the widespread outrage at the way his company conducts business. Mr. Whitty, the money talks, which is why you will not walk nor run to change a system that lines your pockets at the expense of your paying customers. As an outpatient MD, I can tell you that I know why United was the most profitable of all healthcare companies, because it denied the most. United made me get authorization for cheap medications like ACE inhibitors and tests like ultrasounds. No other major insurer did that. United had some plans that were good, that would cover tests that were not necessary, and their crappier plans would not cover more important tests. This is a self-serving essay that does nothing to address the real issues of healthcare. This is not YouTube commenters. Make no mistake. YouTube commenters are very right-wing in general. We know this. We see it. We see it every day. We look at fucking comments on YouTube on any number of different content creators. And they're almost always the dumbest shit you've ever seen. And yet people seemingly are united on this. Perhaps it is not because they are card-carrying members of the International League of Communists, but because they are regular ass people that know what it looks like when a fucking family member dies, that know how it feels when their insurance claims are denied, even though they paid for it. That's it. These are the people that pay for the New York Times. These are the people that are most susceptible to this kind of propaganda. And yet, it is not working on them. These are people who, on average, have higher income than the steel mill worker that's living in the middle of America. And yet, even they are cognizant of where the pain actually resides. If your fucking target audience is not believing this bullshit, you can't finger wag your way out of this. These are the people that are most susceptible to the finger wagging. And even they're like, nah, dog, this is bullshit. These are the people who care about civility. Make no mistake, these are the people who care most about civility. If you were to look at a profile of a New York Times reader who takes the time out to comment on a New York Times op-ed, You have to understand, these are the finger waggers themselves in many instances, the professional managerial class, the people that are in, the people that have been recipients of some semblance of upward social mobility that is seen as impossible for many Americans. And even they are like, nope, not believing this fucking bullshit you're putting out there. This is a self-serving essay that does nothing to address the real issues of healthcare in this nation and seeks to justify the financial waste incurred by health insurance companies while their goals are bottom line profits for the shareholders. Like, you can tell these people love capitalism. You can tell these people have benefited from capitalism. You could tell that these people want to defend capitalism. Even in the way that they criticize it, they say, we are not even against for-profit insurance. Not every single person here that is chiming in is saying, for-profit healthcare must not exist. But even they recognize, and they're wrong for the record, for-profit healthcare should not exist. It's fucking ridiculous. But even they recognize that, like, it has gotten out of hand. Okay? My sister died because of insurance. She battled cancer for a year and they wouldn't cover this scan. A year later, they scanned her in the ER for 4 brain tumors and it was far too late. So many people have a story like Leonora. So many people. I'm sorry for your loss. You can't finger wag your way out of that. Okay? You just can't. It's fucking crazy. Anecdotal, but my dad is the most MSNBC Nikki Haley lib, and even he kind of shrugged at the assassination and talked about how evil United Health was as a company. I spent decades dealing with insurance providers trying to get authorization for patients' procedures, payment for services rendered, and explaining why their denials were bogus. The answer to our healthcare ills does not lie in the continued propping up of a system that does not provide quality and is inefficient. We spent too much for too little, and companies like United are part of the problem, not the solution. I've recently read the book, The 10-Year War by Andrew Cohn. Everyone who wants a first-hand look at healthcare reform in this country needs to read this and realize how slow and tedious reform in this field is and why we are so slow to act. We live in the wealthiest nation on earth. We pay for healthcare more than anyone else, okay? More than anyone else on the planet. And even then, we have to still continuously fundraise off of websites. Like, people need to resort to e-begging so they can pay the parts of the healthcare that they already paid for that the healthcare company refused to cover. It's fucking insane. And no one in a position of power with any semblance of influence or any semblance of authority takes a deep breath and goes, honestly, we got to fix this. This is like insane. Part of that is because they're getting paid by these people. They're getting paid in the form of lobbying. They're getting paid in the form of nice trips. It's completely fucking normalized. This cruelty is completely normalized. How did Brian justify taking $10 million a year for himself when a small portion of that money could have saved so many? I've met too many people smarter than me who earn less and dumber than me who earn more to believe that pay is purely related to merit. It's wrong the government killed the CEO. It's also wrong that the CEO hoarded personal wealth while he let others die. Let's start by cutting your salary. Being rewarded for bad behavior is sick. Just going to leave this here. In my brief time inside a giant law firm, I saw the inner workings of major insurance like UHG, including actions that unequivocally cause the suffering of seriously ill policyholders and intentionally deny coverage for medically necessary care. I also saw good people, including my colleagues, defend the indefensible and become true believers in the value of their work and that of their healthcare industry clients. And those utilization management medical decisions, when not being auto-denied with AI, decisions are largely made by unqualified and barely licensed medical, in air quotes, professionals. Insurance departments are where the discipline fired and otherwise unemployable go to finish their careers. UN policies in general are often based on outdated literature and guidelines. Spectator, thank you for the 25 get this subs. Which insurers know very few patients have the time or expertise to challenge. This is, in many instances, a way, like the legal hurdles that you place upon the average American, the average person that doesn't have the money to be able to go into this legal battle or whatever, like that is a way to deny their coverage. Like that's the way that these guys make money. Because they know most people they don't have time to go after their insurance claims, and they make the claim adjustment or the reclamation process costly and troublesome on purpose. And it doesn't end there. When I was a kid, my sister passed away from a rare genetic factor in leukemia. She had 2 successful bone marrow transplants, but her body at 13 couldn't continue to fight. We were destroyed, but then got a medical bill of over $1 million for procedures that insurance wouldn't pay. My dad and stepmom had to file medical bankruptcy twice. My family fell apart after that, and I don't talk to my father much after I left high school. It really destroyed a lot of my life. Everyone has a story like this. Virtually everyone has a story like this. It doesn't have to be exactly the same. So yeah, that's the reason why people are fucking mad. That's the reason why people don't give a shit that a CEO got killed. Of course. This is why I describe the concept of social murder. The invisible murder that systems subjugate people to. The invisible murder that is done at the behest of the profit motive. It's normalized, it's systematized, it's streamlined. It's invisible. It's supposed to be that way. But it's not supposed to be that way. And especially when it happens to you. Especially when it happens to a loved one. You see that pain. So it's no longer invisible. But it's so apparent that even the least educated, even the most ignorant person in society still recognizes who is responsible for it. And no amount of deflection and no amount of, well, think about how your fellow neighbors are actually the ones responsible for your anger and your resentment. Focus on trans people. Focus on undocumented immigrants. Like, focus on something else. Please, not us. Is going to change that reality. You can clutch your pearls about the ways in which people have received this information, but it won't change the reality. GoFundMe CEO, 1/3 of site's donations are to cover medical costs. That was in 2019. And it's so apparent that it's not working that even right-wingers who normally are very good at deflecting the attention away from the real vectors of pain, that are normally so good at making you hate your neighbor instead, even they are falling apart. Even they are completely incapable of making their audiences not be angry at the right people for once. Okay? And what have we done? What have we done in this process? Instead of addressing the problems, those in positions of power are either too predisposed with finger wagging at those who don't feel like Brian Thompson was a victim because they feel like they themselves are victims of for-profit healthcare. And also on top of that, now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those to make a point. They're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger to make a point. If you're angry, you still have to shut the fuck up. You can't say a single damn thing. And that brings me to this story in the state of Florida, where another person who is not a card-carrying communist, but a simple mother and a wife, Brianna Boston, 42-year-old mother of three, was arrested for making threats to Blue Cross Blue Shield over a rejected medical claim. The threats were on a phone call with an insurance rate adjuster, or a phone call with someone who was telling them why the claims that should be covered because she paid for it were denied. She allegedly quoted Mangione saying, "Delay, denied, depose, you people are next." Now she's facing up to 15 years in prison. The woman told investigators that healthcare companies played games and deserve karma from the world because they are evil. Her bail was set for $100,000. She was charged with threats to conduct a mass shooting or an act of terrorism. They're calling her a copycat. She was not a copycat at all. She does not even own a gun.
The nature of the threats, we would also be asking for GPS with house arrest conditions to protect the community.
With her head in her hands, Brianna Boston learned she would be held in jail on $100,000 bond. The Polk County judge adding the bond was appropriate given the, quote, status of our country.
It's not like she's a child. She's 42 years old, so we're not dealing with a child here. She should certainly know better.
Lakeland Police.
Like, look at this. You know better. Yeah. Normally, this is a great point. Normally, our system is so broken. Our system is so broken. And yet, it works in unison and it works perfectly when it comes down to protecting capital owners and their interests, protecting the interests of the wealthy and corporations. We've moved on from corporations are people to corporations are the only people. You yourself are not a person. Only corporations are persons. That's where we're at in American society. One of the most insane things I have seen in the American news cycle is this level of punishment for someone expressing their anger. I tweeted, I said, in America, if you get mad at a corporation for not giving you what you paid for, they put you in prison. Because remember, she paid for this. She paid for her insurance. And then the insurance was like, yeah, we're not going to pay for your claims. Sorry. Now, what's really interesting about this is that I am a recipient of death threats. Okay? Credible death threats. Thousands of them on a monthly basis. From the random comments online all the way to direct death threats. Okay? And I'll reveal something that I haven't before. I've even had the FBI call me up and say, hey, you have credible death threats. To which I responded with, what do we do then? To which they responded with, it's all good. I don't know. We just wanted to let you know. Okay? And it's like, at that point, it's like, should I even, like, I'm better off not knowing then. What the fuck? Thanks for letting me know, I guess. Now, what's interesting about this isn't that I, as a content creator, have received a shitload of very credible death threats. Luckily, none of them have materialized. I am not that unique in this process. Okay? I'm not that unique at all. Virtually every other content creator has experienced this, but I'll take it one step further. There are a lot of normal people who aren't under a microscope that get stalked viciously. They receive death threats too. Victims of domestic abuse, victims in a broken house, broken household, victims that go to law enforcement and say, hey, these guys are threatening me. This person I know is threatening me. So many women. This person I know is stalking me. And in every single circumstance, cops just go, nothing we can do about it. But lo and behold, you have a situation where a corporation feels threatened, and all of a sudden, we have to dish out punishments instantly to a mother of 3 who does not own a gun. How does this not make your blood boil? You think she is a card-carrying commie? You think she's an anarchist? If she was in a circumstance where she was being stalked as a normal-ass 42-year-old lady in the state of Florida, okay, and she went to the cops and was like, I'm being stalked by this person, they would tell you, file a protective order, and that's it. I just want to let you know, it's not like this, special bubble that protects you. It just means that the court files it. So therefore, if something happens, we know who was most likely responsible for it. Cops have told me in the past to buy a gun, literally. So just understand that. And now, this person, her life is ruined. It is crazy how apparent the contradictions are. It is crazy how obvious it is that the sole responsibility of the police is not to protect and serve the interests of the citizenry, but it is to protect and serve the interests of for-profit corporations. There is no clearer indication of that reality than this right here, this story.
Police Chief Sam Taylor says his department was contacted by the FBI Tuesday. Authorities say in a recorded phone call about a denied insurance claim, Boston told a Blue Cross Blue Shield employee, quote, delay, deny, depose. You people are next, end quote. The language matches the words police say were written on the shell casings found at the United Healthcare CEO's murder scene in New York City.
We will take this very seriously and we will put you in jail if you do something like this. It is not a joke.
According to Boston's affidavit, the mother of 3 told police she did not own firearms and was not a danger to anyone.
Yeah, also the fact that the media is deliberately calling the story an alleged threat to Blue Shield is insane. An alleged threat to Blue Cross Blue Shield. They didn't just destroy her life, they destroyed her family, her whole family's life, yes. The arrest of a frustrated middle-class mom is a real shot across the bow from the ruling class. Ryan Grimm says, also, this mom never said she herself was going to attack an insurance executive. She said that if they continue treating people like this, somebody will, which is just her prediction, not a threat. It's similar to what Warren said, that you can only beat people down for so long. It's not a threat, it's just a fact. It is crazy. $100,000 for her bond. Because the judge said in this time and place, this is far too credible of a threat.
But she added, healthcare companies played games and deserved karma because they are evil.
Is this a real GoFundMe? Are we for
Similar
sure?
to the accused shooter in Manhattan, Boston is getting support online from people who say that she was just sharing her opinion and should be protected by the First Amendment, but police do not see it that way. She's facing a second-degree felony of written threat to kill or injure, conduct a mass shooting, or an act of terrorism, a serious charge that she could end up in prison for 15 years. Reporting live in Lakeland, I'm
Is this actually real? It's already raised $25,000. I don't know if this is a real GoFundMe or not. I have no way of figuring out this is real. It's like the organizer from Milwaukee. What the fuck are we doing, man? What the fuck are we doing? Use the commissary account if you want to donate to Breonna Boston's commissary. You go to accesscorrections.com/v2/send-money. You go to 1 Florida, 2 Polk County detention facilities, and then underneath it, you find Boston Breonna if you want to give her direct money in her commissary. Innocent mother of 3, Breonna Boston, has been released. No crimes, no weapons, no threat. Kind bail bond senders, thank you. Ignore all GoFundMe links unless confirmed. Yeah. This is why I said I don't think you should give. I don't think you should like spam links without getting proper prior authorization. But yeah, so she has been released. She was released today. Anim. Anyway. She had to be. So she's okay? She's not going to jail? No. No, she still is going to have a trial. She's still going to have a trial. She just doesn't have to wait it out in prison, in jail, until her trial date. She's just out on bond. This will forever be on her record, though. $100,000 bond, dude. This is what the judge said. Based on Boston statements, investigators said they believe she meant to threaten the insurance company by using the United Healthcare CEO's homicide to her advantage. Boston was charged with threats to conduct a mass shooting or an act of terrorism. My client is 42, married, mother of 3, never had any criminal charges or convictions. May you release her on her own recognizance, her attorney Jim Headley said to a judge during her first appearance in court. However, the judge set her bond at $100,000, stating, I do find that the bond of $100,000 is appropriate, considering the status of our country at this point.
This evening, a Lakeland woman is behind bars accused of making threats to an insurance company over the phone. The FBI says 42-year-old Breonna Boston used the phrase delay, deny, and depose in an outburst while speaking with a Blue Cross Blue Shield agent.
Yeah, this is similar to the phrase police found on evidence.
Luigi Mangione, copycat. Arrested over insurance threat. Dude, the media machine is firing on all cylinders. To those who may not be tuned in to my broadcasts with regular frequency, to those who normally see me as a threat, to those who don't normally agree with me, okay? Listen to my words. If you see your favorite right-wing content creator basically channeling this exact same attitude that the mainstream media is firing off on all cylinders to normalize the violence that you experience on a daily basis from for-profit insurance companies, to tell you that it's wrong that you feel angry and resentful and spiteful towards those in positions of power that have fucked over your lives. Remember where their bread is being buttered. They are doing the exact same thing that CNN is doing, that Newsweek is doing, that the New York Times is doing. This is my message to all the Ben Shapiro fans. If you find it strange that Ben Shapiro has sided with the insurance CEOs and is actively trying to tell you, like, oh, you shouldn't be angry and resentful, they do not care about you. They care about defending the system, and that system is fucking you over. Okay? Yeah, Michaela Oakland says, I've gotten so many rape and death threats on this website and even went to the police about particularly serious ones years ago, and they said there was nothing they could do about threats. Are threats only illegal if they're directed at corporations? Yeah. Yeah. Only when it's a threat directed at a corporation is it actionable. Jessica Burbank, the Boston police literally read the threats I got where they specifically said in an email they will find me in person. They collected evidence after my apartment was broken into and said, we have no way of knowing it was the same guy. But I'm not a CEO, so they don't give a fuck. Yep. Huh.
At the scene of the insurance CEO's murder in Tampa Bay, Zaduri Achumba live with us in studio this evening. Tell us what we've learned so far.
So those words found last week on the bullet casing in Brian Thompson's murder, and they're considered very serious. Now, tonight, Brianna Boston is learning a hard lesson after investigators say she used those very exact words during a phone call. Now, according to an affidavit from Lake...
Yeah, she learned a lesson, all right. It is that the police will only protect corporations. They have no care or consideration for average people who have been fucked over. Even if they themselves have, at a certain point, been victim to the same structures that have harmed them as well, or their immediate family members. Because it's not like cops are not getting fucked over by insurance. Of course they are. Every single person is. Even rich people are. And yeah, delay, denied, depose is a criminal threat if a civilian says it to a corporation, but if a corporation uses it as an actual policy that kills people, then it's fine. Yep. The lesson is things that you think exist in American society, like freedom of speech, for example, they are completely and utterly inconsequential if you actually are doing it at a time when people feel unsafe, when CEOs feel unsafe. These are the magical, mystical people that only they get to be secured and protected.
Lakeland Police. Boston made the threats on December 10 after being denied medical insurance claims. Now, the document quotes Boston as saying, delay, deny, depose. You people are next, to an agent on the phone just before the call ended. Now, Blue Cross and Blue Shield was alerted, or rather alerted the FBI. They in turn contacted Lakeland Police, and Boston was subsequently arrested. She now faces charges of written threats to conduct a mass shooting or an act of terrorism. Now, in court today, the state requested elevated bond and very strict pretrial release conditions. Boston's attorney said the words from the mom of three with no prior convictions should not be taken seriously, as she doesn't own or have access to firearms, but the judge was not lenient.
There is probable cause for the charge. The charge is written threat to kill or injure, conduct a mass shooting or an act of terrorism. That's a second-degree felony, punished by 15 years in Florida State Prison. I do find that the bond of $100,000 is appropriate, considering the status of our country at this point.
This is crazy because this literally is like North Korea shit, or at least like how Americans imagine North Korea is like. But when it's happening to us, we still have this like weird sense of American exceptionalism that kicks in where you're like, nah. This is it. What the fuck do you think is going on?
While Boston may not have access to weapons, there are concerns about online rhetoric and copycats targeting other healthcare CEOs and business leaders. Now, here's what NYPD's Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism said about the issue, and it's a sentiment shared by law enforcement leaders.
There are also posters that we've seen.
Yeah, no, they are doing this to make an example out of her so that you hear that and you shut the fuck up next time you're angry. Okay? That's it. That's literally the only reason that she got clapped here, okay? That's it. They're using her to make an example out of her. Die quietly. That's what they want you to do.
Online and in New York with various CEOs' pictures on them. These are perceived threats, and it is important for everybody to know that we will take these threats very seriously.
Under Florida law, penalties for making such threats can land you in prison for 15 years if convicted. For now, the judge says if Boston meets her bond, she'll remain on restricted house arrest with an ankle monitor. She also must have no contact with any Blue Cross Blue Shield staff, whether in person or electronically. In studio, Aduria Chumba, 10 Tampa Bay.
Great. That's great. Thank you. Like, you literally cannot say, this is the reason why people are fucking angry at you. This is the reason why. What happened with Luigi Mangione happened. What happened to Brian Thompson happened. You can't say that. That's a threat. We'll punish you. That's punishable by law. Meanwhile, what is the governor of New York doing? Kathy Hochul is holding a therapy session with 175 corporate reps, CEOs, to calm the nerves of the New York City business elite in the wake of Brian Thompson's killing, promising state assistance to corporate security to combat domestic terrorism. Demonization of corporate executives is not new, said Kathy Wild, CEO and president of Partnership for New York, who's leading the outreach for the meeting. State Director of Operations Catherine Garcia is managing the effort, and Kathy Wild, the CEO and president of the Partnerships for New York City, has been the business world's point person. In an interview Thursday with MSNBC's Morning Joe, Hochul said the meeting will be proactive. State officials plan to show how they can provide law enforcement intelligence in case a specific sector is being targeted. We protect everybody on the streets of New York, not just CEOs, Hochul said. Everybody deserves the protection of our law enforcement. Are they holding a fucking holding council like this for every single person that's been denied their insurance claims? I guess you can't really do that because then you would have to do it for like at least 5 million people. You know? What a crock of shit. I mean, it's yet another perfect representation. They only care about CEOs, man. They don't care about you. As a wake-up call. I hope many more people have seen this past week as a wake-up call for who our systems are designed to protect. And angry. Don't tweet that. Holy shit. Wait, what? I didn't say anything. Has HasanAbi gone woke? Yeah. Remember, I told you, like, it's going to be the only thing that comes out of it is just like extra unnecessary prosecution for people who have, seemingly threatened corporate CEOs or whatever. No real changes. Additional prosecution for, mothers of 3 or whatever. Don't tweet that. They'll arrest you. Okay, good luck. Video about police priorities.
For any woman that has attempted to report threats from a man and was told there was nothing that the police could do about it, I want you to fiercely remember Breonna Boston and know not only is there something they can do about it, they will do it, just not for you.
United Healthcare CEO murder suspect was not an insured member, company says Joseph Kenney. Chief of Detectives for the New York Police Department said he had no indication that Luigi Mangione was ever a client of United Healthcare. No, I know. They covered that already.
ABC News also reporting that, quote, law enforcement officials are worried that Mangione is being turned into a martyr as a wave of internet supporters donate to defense funds for the 26-year-old suspected killer, including one online defense fund that has raised more than $50,000. News Nation cameras even capturing this expression of support from inmates at the Pennsylvania prison where Mangione is being held. Free Luigi. It's Friday, which means it's time for Michael Smerconish, CNN political commentator, host of CNN Smerconish. Michael, welcome. Always wonderful to see you. Happy Friday. Let's start with what we saw there. The News Nation cameras outside that prison, people yelling, "Free Luigi." That makes a real statement.
So on Wednesday, I was in New York City to do my radio program at Sirius XM. And in the 6 a.m. hour, I walked on 54th Street between 6th and 7th Avenue, not because of some morbid curiosity, but because that's where I stay when I'm in New York City. That's my route. And what I found jarring was the lack of any kind of a memorial where this assassination took place. In other words, I'm walking on the sidewalk where 1 week prior in the...
Wow. This is a guy who has his priorities set. You know? How devastating. How devastating, dude. Yeah, he wasn't like a victim of a drunk driving incident, okay? Like a child whose life was lost far too soon or some shit. Like, what is this argument? First of all, if anybody ever put up a memorial there, honestly, they literally would have destroyed it. They would have defaced it almost instantly.
Exact same hour, the 6 a.m. hour.
I guess maybe he didn't see the balloon that said CEO down. Because that was a bit of a memorial.
This healthcare CEO, father of two, was gunned down in cold blood, and there's no remembrance.
Why is nobody asking why normally Americans are supposed to be super anti this sort of thing, but it seems like they're not reacting in the way that we want them to? I feel like that is the real story. I feel like that is what deserves investigation. Those who are, supposed to identify and figure out why people feel this way are just not doing their jobs at all. Yeah, there was a memorial, dude. Remember. You will never convince me that this fucking Daily Wire TikTok or Daily Mail TikTok is not hilarious. With the zoom in. With the pause and zoom in. It's like, dude, they're flexing on them with the sad music. Like, how are you so incurious? How can you be so incurious as to why people feel the way that they do?
There's no recollection. There's like nothing. People are just going about their business and leading their lives. And I thought, this is so telling of the reversal of sympathies that I find appalling. And by the way, we can do two things at once. We can mourn the decedent, the man who paid with his life unnecessarily, and we can recognize the errors in our healthcare system and try and work to bring about change. I've never seen Casey, in the 3 decades that I've been behind this microphone taking telephone calls from across the country, I've never seen the visceral reaction as I have in this case. My callers appropriately mourn the loss of life and at the same time say, but you know, I've got a relative who can't get coverage, or I've had this issue of my own. We can do both things. I would like to think that change comes from it, but for goodness sakes, can we please be appropriate in how we recall what happened a week ago Wednesday? Because it was god-awful.
Yeah, of course. It was absolutely god-awful. One kind of question I've sort of wrestled with a little bit is whether this may, because it's exposed all this anger, ultimately lead to some change, some political change, because obviously that would suggest that violence in this case affects political change, which is not a place we want to go in American politics. But that said, clearly there are millions of Americans, and honestly, I can't find anybody. I'm pretty sure everybody's sitting at this table. I have my own story about dealing with these healthcare companies, right, and how hard it is.
I think that you've really put your finger on the conundrum for politicians. And that is, how do you take action but not be perceived as responding to the violence and therefore rewarding it?
Oh, yeah. We can't reward Luigi Mangione by giving fucking people free health care. We can't do that. Let me tell you, okay? I don't give a fuck. Like, what kind of stupid ass bullshit is this? This is the same Israel mentality. This is literally Israel. We can't reward Hamas by refusing to do genocide to the Palestinians, guys. We have to keep the genocide going until morale improves. Like, wow, a real gambit, a real dangerous gamble here. You are letting the terrorists win. I feel like they just live in a bubble, even worse with the finger wagging. I mean, I just don't understand. Like, does Michael Smirkonish or whatever, Smirkonish, not have like a single fucking family member that's like, dude, what are you saying? You know how fucked this shit is? Like, you don't know a single person? Like, I just don't get it. I literally don't understand. Like, I get playing a role here, okay? I get playing a fucking role. Like, your role is to normalize the violence that people experience, okay? That's just like your job. But goddamn, dude, how can you keep up a straight face in this regard?
I'm sure you're aware of the fact that there are wanted posters being placed in Midtown Manhattan as we speak that are identifying corporate CEOs and healthcare individuals. I mean, it's horrific, and we don't want to condone and encourage that sort of behavior. So how you strike the balance and say this man's murder was horrible, and we're going to deal with it legally and through the law enforcement system, and at the same time be responsive to the concerns that so many have. There's nothing more important, right? If you don't have your health, what's the old adage? You have nothing if not your health. So I get it, but we've got to be able to do both.
Do you worry that they will come after you for inciting violence / terrorism the way they did with Brittany Boston? I feel like it sets a very scary precedent. Sorry for sending it a couple times. I'm curious. It's fine. It'll be okay. I'm not. Time and time again, I have said, I do not condone, I condemn, I disavow. Okay? So, yeah. Time and time again, I have said, I do not condone, I condemn. Please. I condemn.
It's a wild time, right? To think that in a city like New York, that someone could disappear so easily.
A manhunt is underway for the assassin who took out one of the most powerful business leaders in this country.
One of the things that I think breaks through oftentimes.
Like, dude, I need you guys to understand, like, the level of media coverage and the level of, like, immediate reaction. That in and of itself is a story, too. I think that in and of itself is like somewhat of a radicalizing moment for people as well. I saw so many people be like, dude, Like, I didn't see this kind of immediate response from the police when like a family member of mine got fucking gunned down, you know? It's like when a CEO dies, you gotta have the whole nation on alert, you know? America is a nation that has been inflicted with gun violence. Thousands of people every year die to mass shootings. And we have no solutions for that and no protection for that. And yet when a fucking CEO gets clapped in broad daylight, it's like society's collapsing. We have to do something. When your kids go to school and you worry about them possibly getting fucking gunned down, there's no solutions to that problem, you know? Nothing we can do about it. Sorry. What did J.D. Vance say? Mass shootings are a part of daily existence, whether we like it or not. It is what it is, guys. But goddamn. This is like if a serf killed a feudal lord. The response is almost the exact same. Yep. Yeah, best I can do is door control. CEO gets shot. It's like, if you even dare to think in your mind, you don't even have to, I will be judging your reactions. And if you even dare to not say this is the most devastating moment in American history, that a for-profit healthcare CEO that got assassinated, who was responsible for countless deaths, countless families ripped apart. If you don't actually immediately go, sad, I'm so sad, we have fallen as a society, we will arrest you. Good stuff. They can't arrest all of you. That's the reality. There is a lot of protection in numbers. There's a lot of freedom in that.
Is a manhunt.
Allegedly or reportedly, a silencer may have been used.
The motive for this murder currently is unknown.
Many people sought vengeance on their own behalf.
People are celebrating someone who's accused of gunning down a man.
Really was a modern day assassination.
It's December 4th. It's the busiest time in New York City. We're approaching the holiday season. Brian Thompson wakes up to speak at a conference. As he's approaching the side entrance of the Hilton, there's the gunman who steps out from the street onto the sidewalk and then shoots him in the back and the leg, and Brian falls to the ground. The gunman is very precise. He knows who he's looking for. Kind of takes a couple of hours for the news to get out there and for people to realize the magnitude.
A cold-blooded assassination this morning outside the...
Yeah, it took like 3 minutes for everyone to be like, oh, this shit is actually not something that I care about. Like at the most, people were just like, honestly, on the one end of the spectrum, people were like, this is awesome. Why not more? Okay. And of course, disavow, we condemn. How dare you think that way? On the other end of the spectrum, the maximalist position on the other end of like caring was basically, oh well, life moves on. Like, that's it. Most people looked at this and were like, oh, a fucking healthcare. Like the median response to this was, oh, a healthcare CEO was assassinated. Oh, I know exactly how that happened. That was the average person.
Hilton Midtown Hotel.
United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson shot in cold blood this morning. That happened in one of the busiest places on earth.
And that is just crazy. You can start to see the interest just grow. Who did this and why?
If he was truly targeted, I think somebody probably made a lot of money, and that's really terrible.
It's so scary. It's to think that the shooter is still out there.
Police launch a massive...
Yeah, so scary. Don't worry, my lady. Your Scottish ass is fine. I don't think he's coming after you. I like that they couldn't find like a bunch of New Yorkers to be like, oh, I'm so devastated by this. They found a fucking random Scottish tourist.
Manhunt. So after the shooting, from what police can tell, he gets on the bike and he goes a couple.
They had to fly to Scotland to get somebody sympathetic to the CEO. A Scottish person that was there.
Blocks. And enters the park at around 6:48 a.m. The next time police capture...
They should have asked her how she feels that Americans have to pay for health care. Would have heard a very different opinion, I think.
Him on surveillance video is when he's getting in a...
Americans have to pay for health care? Are you out of your dang mind? Are you fucking joking? Never mind.
A yellow taxi cab on 86th Street, heading towards, they believe at that point, to a bus station. As police are going through the crime scene, they find the shell casings and the bullets they believe were used in this crime. And what police say they find are the words delay, deny, and depose.
Yeah. She was about to be like, you pay for health care? It's for profit out here. They should kill that guy. Whoever made it that way deserves the death penalty. Never mind. Kaya, please. Every time she sees my mom, she's like, oh, is...
And right away, they realize that this may have something to do with the health insurance industry.
So, how big is United Healthcare? Well, more than 50 million Americans are on it. In terms of its revenue, nearly $300 billion. According to the Fortune 500 list, United Health Group is in the top 5. You know, we're talking about companies like Walmart and Apple.
There's this corporate video of Brian Thompson speaking about all the great things his company is doing to help people get health care.
Our mission and values are focused on helping people live healthier lives and making the health system work better for everyone.
Most folks would have had no idea who he was. There really has not been a name to associate with all this frustration in terms of health.
Well, it seems like there is now.
Healthcare in this country, but now I think for some people there is a name that is associated with it.
True.
Then, in about 5 hours or so, police would hold a press conference.
Right now, we are asking the public for your help.
And even there, they didn't have a full picture. He moved around without causing any kind of suspicion.
We did have video, enough to know what occurred, but we certainly did not know who the suspect was or really had a good idea of what he looked like. And then all of a sudden, we start getting better images.
Pictures show him at a Starbucks, just 2 blocks from the shooting site.
Part of the reason why Americans stayed tuned in was because there always seemed to be some new development happening. First, we were able to get a look at his face with the mask on, then with his mask off.
New images of what the NYPD is calling a person of interest.
This could be a major break in the case.
The moment that photos started coming out about him, it started taking a turn.
Because a lot of people find him really attractive. Yeah.
Do you think that's why so many people are supporting him?
Honestly, yeah. It's the halo
People fucking
effect.
People say this, but like, dude, they didn't know what his face looked like and they were supportive of him. Like, what do you mean? People were supportive of him before they knew what his actual transparent motive was. People were supportive of him before they saw his face. People saw a healthcare CEO being gunned down in broad daylight and were like, that's awesome. Okay. And sure, him being white, him being attractive, him coming from like a good family, a wealthy family, like all of that actually plays a role in this for sure. But I don't think people gave a fuck about the way he looked when they were figuring out what the motive was. They literally figured out the motive before we knew the motive. One must examine why. That's it. That's it. Not us, though. We cried. Exactly. Thank you for saying that. We cried immediately. I cried. I crowed. We creed. I think a lot of this is just like done to infantilize the people and to reframe the public sentiment as like one born out of horniness and not one that is like, a valid concern that people have, a valid resentment that people feel. Yeah, I cried, you cried, we crowed. We crowed!
Like manifesting in real society.
People couldn't, I think, in some ways believe that someone who looked like this would commit this kind of a crime.
Support is exploding online.
People are joking about the suspect being sexy, talking about Brian Thompson. We saw people say,
I can't even pretend to care. I hope he's looking up at us. I'm sorry, prior authorization. Yeah, this has nothing to do with, this was literally before people knew what his face looked like. I remember these comments because I read them out loud. Okay, I read them out loud literally a couple hours after the shooting had occurred. So I know for a motherfucking fact that these people had no idea what he looked like at all. You know? CNN has a very let them eat cake attitude towards insurance companies. Free Luigi. Hey, don't forget to mention how empathetic the shareholders of UHG were who went on to the shareholder meeting at Hilton. Why are we not examining the health insurance industry and how they've conspired against the American people? So much that has come to this. HGTV now has higher ratings than CNN. Luigi is receiving good messages from all over the world. This was as cringe as it gets. Remember the police were bluffing about knowing his name? They had no clue. Free Luigi. Violence didn't start with a gunshot. Oh my God. Yeah, I know. My mom has seen the conspiracies and is saying, they're saying that the thing that they found in his backpack was not his. Yeah, look. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson shot and killed near a hotel. Faceless, lifeless. We just know who the victim is, right? Who cares? Thoughts and prayers and general good vibes of the assailant. Will insurance cover the expenses or is he out of luck? He died doing what he loved, not getting necessary treatment in a timely manner. That is on December 4th, immediately after it happened. Nobody knew anything other than who the victim was, and this is how they arrived. This was the conclusion. Come on, man.
sorry you didn't get prior authorization for my thoughts and prayers. Everybody gets sick. Everyone has to go to the doctor. Everyone has experienced the cold, heartless bureaucracy of it.
People forget that these numbers that they're interacting with affects actual people's lives.
The anger was very clear and direct. People jumped online to share their stories.
Because United Healthcare had just denied my son a refill for his life-saving medication.
Do you have a story about United Healthcare? Because I sure as hell do.
I saw a million.
Like, look at that. That's a Barbara. Hey, yo, that's a Deborah, dog. That isn't like a non-binary communist by the name of Sock. That's a whole ass Deborah. When you're losing the Deborahs who are so predisposed to law and order narratives, you fucking lost it. You know what I mean? That ain't a septum ring wearing bisexual aromantic DSA voter, okay? That's a whole ass Barbara. That's why you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't just like look at all these people who are like, yeah, this shit sucks. Like, the system is awful. A pressure valve has been released. Luigi got the Barbussy quaking. Okay.
Million stories like that, having been denied care or their children having been denied care.
If you were to ask Americans, whether or not the health care in this country is excellent or good, less than a third say that the coverage is excellent or good.
People are responsible for their own actions, but this murder doesn't happen without the greater context of resentment, distrust in institutions.
The meeting of the Security Council is called to order.
The breakdown in trust has been going on for 2 decades.
The purpose of that resolution was to disarm Iraq of its weapons of mass destruction.
It started.
Normally, I would say this is a little crazy. We're going back to Neo-Confucianism or whatever, but like, this is something that I talk about quite a bit. Obviously, a big part of my commentary and coverage revolve around looking at media in a critical lens. Okay? No, this framing is not wrong. Elle is pretty goated. I really like her coverage on CNN. I think she does a great job. But I think this is worthy of analysis. 9/11 or a post 9/11 America and the lies that the American media went along with in terms of justifying the illegal war on Iraq, the illegal occupation of Iraq, was a pivotal moment for a lot of people where they saw trillions of dollars of waste. They saw death and destruction. They saw how much these otherwise credible institutions that are supposed to always be on the pursuit of truth, that maintain some level of dignity, were completely playing ball with our government. And as time goes on, and as conditions worsened overall, as income inequality got worse and worse, the distrust only grew. And now we are living in the ashes of that. When you see so much disinformation online run rampant, when you see people who simply make money off of saying the media sucks and is lying to you, and then redirect your attention at like random nonsensical bullshit in an effort to divide Americans, remember, this was one of the first instances that radicalized a lot of people against mainstream narratives. This is something that I talk about quite a bit. People just fucking straight up hate mainstream media in general. Some of that hate is unwarranted. It comes out in times of instability and chaos, in times of repression, whether real or imagined, like COVID, for example. But the media has certainly given people plenty of real reasons as to why they must mistrust it. And I say this as someone who relies on mainstream media. I say it as someone who hopes that one day the many wonderful journalists who's reporting the truth in an accurate manner will be rewarded for it rather than get vilified for it. I say this as someone who understands the necessity of mainstream media. It is very, very frustrating that there is no consensus. Like, it's very frustrating that there is no real, unifying, trustworthy, credible journalistic outlet out there that people can rely on. And that its agenda causes people to fucking hate it. And that creates instability and chaos.
With the Iraq War, there were no weapons of mass destruction. It worsened with the financial crisis and the bailout of the banks. Well, normal people lost their homes. It was like the emperor has no clothes. It's when they realized that the institutions did not have the answers that they thought they would.
It leads to frustration, and more than that, it leads to hopelessness. And when you have hopelessness, actions that cannot be tolerated, at least in some corners of the country, are tolerated. Viewpoints towards the healthcare industry are so negative in this country that folks were willing to look past the fact that a father and a husband was shot dead.
The people in these higher positions, like CEOs, they need to look at the cost of living and the cost of their products, and they need to do better.
Good, how are you doing?
What a way to start.
Right?
I'm sitting interviewing the police commissioner and the chief of detectives.
You believe he's no longer
We
here.
said we have reason to believe he's no longer in New York
And
City.
that, I assume, is based on video of...
We have video of him entering the Port Authority bus terminal. We don't have any video of him exiting, so we believe he may have gotten...
No one knew where he was for a whole weekend, but police were still working. They were getting hundreds and hundreds of tips, reviewing hundreds and hundreds of hours of footage. On Monday, December 9th at 9:14 a.m., police finally get their big break. The suspect is seen sitting in McDonald's eating a hash brown, and an employee of the McDonald's calls 911. At 9:58 a.m. in Altoona, Pennsylvania, the police there take him into custody. And there they discover that he has fake IDs, a gun in his bag. This gun is really interesting because it's a ghost gun.
You can't trace a ghost gun because it's done, in many cases, through 3D printing. This is a guy who literally was able to print his gun.
But also in the bag, they find his passport. And that is where they learn his real name, Luigi Mangione. That night, the Manhattan DA's office files charges against him for murder in the second degree, criminal possession of a weapon, and then also a forgery charge.
If they've charged the right guy, Mangione's story is quite surprising. He's not some poor guy from a broken family.
He has relatives who are wealthy and a big part of the community. He went to an expensive private school for high school where he was valedictorian.
Sending us to Gelman was far from a small financial investment.
He went to the University of Pennsylvania, an Ivy League school. He got a master's degree in computer science. He eventually ended up in Hawaii in a surf commune. He had a lot of friends.
He seemingly has everything going right for him. He had so much opportunity, from wealth to education. How did he develop these feelings to the point where he decided to wake up one morning, plan all of this out? Something changes in his life.
On Reddit, his purported profile is many, many comments about his extreme back pain and the lengths he's gone to try to get treatment. There's also reports from friends that he kind of fell off the face of the earth for 6 months. There's some reports that he got really into psychedelics. I think it's very telling that his manifesto is very, very short. He says he acted alone, that the U.S. has by far the most expensive healthcare system in the world, and that he's the only one who's able to grapple with this fact with brutal honesty.
The manifesto, in many ways, speaks of kind of a martyr. On Tuesday, December 10th, he has a court appearance to be extradited back to New York City to face that murder charge. The sheriff's office is transporting him to the court, and as they arrive, Luigi Mangione sees cameras there, and it's very apparent he has something to say.
And completely out of touch and insult the intelligence of the American people.
And then you see the sheriff's office struggling with him and pushing him into the courthouse. So the next steps here really are the extradition hearing. He is going to have to face those murder charges. He will get indicted, and then we're going to have court proceedings.
The NYPD commissioner tonight is announcing that the gun that your client had on him when he was arrested matches the 3 shell casings at the scene of the murder in New York.
I still haven't seen that evidence. Lawyers need to see evidence.
I saw someone tweet about jury nullification, that this would be like OJ. I wouldn't be surprised if it all ends with a hung jury, but who knows?
I think we forget how sad all of this is, but this is a hit on something with so many people who think healthcare is so crappy. They have a hard time having empathy.
He left a very powerful message, and he highlighted how terrible the healthcare.
Here's the problem. Some people have good bosses, even though many have bad bosses. Some people, not us, have had good relationships with cops, although many have had negative relationships with cops. No one has had a good relationship with their healthcare insurance provider. It's not relatable. Like, in theory, I understand why policing as an institution has to exist. Someone has to solve crimes, for example. Like, in theory, I get it. So even if they fucking suck, people still go, well, what are you going to do? Let rapists run rampant? There is no world where you can make a similar theoretical argument for the existence of for-profit healthcare. Do you understand? Huh? Oh, I don't have it. It's not here. Okay, then. Do you see what I'm saying?
System is America. I think he'll go down as a hero in history.
The modern day Robin Hood, right? The idea is that this guy is fighting for us before we knew anything about him, even before we knew his name.
It's sad in many ways, but it's really, really interesting of where we are right now as a country.
What do you feel about the suspicion of the self-service McDonald's kiosk was used to face track Luigi? Does the Altoona McDonald's even have a self-serving kiosk? The suspicion, I think, is silly. I think I'm much more, they all do. I'm much more inclined. There should never be a discussion in regards to for-profit healthcare as a means to an end. It's inherently detrimental. I don't. A lot of people want to create like more convoluted narratives. Because they think like it's impossible for the biggest news story of that day was top of mind for everyone in Altoona, alongside, as well as everywhere else, where they called it in. You know what I mean? Like, I think the narrative that you're hearing from the media on this is probably not untrue. I think it's probably correct that some older employee was like, oh my God, crime and punishment. This is a killer. I could see that. The issue, however, is like, I guess so many tips were being called in. Like, why this fucking random Altoona? But it also makes sense because how many fucking crazy things are happening in Altoona? I'm sure that there are plenty of cops that can just go to like a random tip like this because it's fucking Altoona. You know what I mean? Like, if a tip like this is happening in a Philadelphia suburb, like a part of Philadelphia, I'm sure that like cops are probably not going to all of them. I think it's far less likely that police have that level of surveillance. Like, they do have this level of surveillance. The technology is already upon us. Like, we live under a surveillance state. But that is so much data to sift through. The idea that they actually literally fucking sifted through all this data is ridiculous. Like, they aren't just looking at CCTVs that they're tapped into, but they're also literally tapped into, like, the cameras at the fucking kiosks at McDonald's. Like, I don't know. All right. It'd also have to go to an aggregate cloud of nationwide footage. Would be an incredible amount of data. Yeah. You said it yourself. NYPD's an army? No, dog. Like, there's no army that can deal with that. Your boomer is showing? Okay. I think it is infinitely more likely that some random fucking boomer was like, oh, this might be the killer. And also simultaneously, the Altoona Police Department, given that it's like not a fucking massive town, was more likely to go and entertain it. They sent a first timer. Like, they sent a fucking relatively green cop too. It's not like they sent like a random B cop to investigate. I don't know. They say that people don't have empathy when they're talking about the death of a CEO, but nobody's talking about the empathy for all those people that was fucked by this healthcare company. Yeah, you're not making a new point. We've been talking about it. Anyway, as I have promised, we are going to be watching Sicko. Finally, a film by Michael Moore. Michael Moore has written a manifesto against for-profit health insurance companies and has revealed his signature work, his Oscar-nominated documentary on the killer health insurance companies like United Healthcare CEO or United Healthcare Sicko for free. You can watch it for free now. Now, I'm not going to read this entire fucking manifesto, chatters, who are so goddamn boring and so brain broken that they're like, no, you have to read this entire thing. Yes, he's released it for free that you can watch. The reason why it's important is because Luigi Mangioni's manifesto actually covered lines from the Sicko documentary. In Mangiano's manifesto, he said he was not the most qualified person to lay out a full argument against our for-profit healthcare industry. Apparently, to Mangione, one of those qualified people is me. In his manifesto, he references how I've illuminated the corruption and greed, implying folks should go to my work to understand the complexity and the power-hungry abuse within our current system. It is not often that my work gets a killer 5-star review from an actual killer, and thus my phone has been ringing off the hook, which is bad news because my phone doesn't have a hook. Emails are pouring in. Text messages, requests from many in the media. Luigi mentioned you in his manifesto that people should listen to you. Will you come on our show and talk to our reporter and tell him that you condemn murder? Do I condemn murder? That's an odd question. In Fahrenheit 9/11, I condemn the murder of hundreds of thousands of innocent Iraqi people and the senseless murder of our own American soldiers in the hands of our American government. In Bowling for Columbine, I condemn the murder of 50,000 Americans every year at the hands of our gun industry and our politicians who do nothing to stop it. In my 35 years as a filmmaker, have I said or done anything that has implied I condone murder? As a teen, yeah, I mean, I love Michael Moore. He's right. Here's a sad statistic for you. In the United States, we have a whopping 1.4 million people employed with the job of denying healthcare versus only 1 million doctors in the entire country. That's all you need to know about America. We pay more people to deny care than to give it. 1 million doctors to give care, 1.4 million brutes in cubicles doing their best job to stop doctors from giving that care. Now, Michael Moore, don't worry. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson had a solution for that, an approach to streamline this process. He utilized AI to make sure that that number was whittled down, okay? If the purpose of healthcare is to keep people alive, then what is the purpose of denying people healthcare other than to kill them? I definitely condemn that kind of murder. And in fact, I already did. In 2007, I made a film, Sicko, about America's bloodthirsty, profit-driven, and murderous health insurance system. It was nominated for an Oscar. It's the second largest grossing film of my career. After the killing of CEO of United Healthcare, the largest billion-dollar insurance companies, there was an immediate outpouring of anger towards the health insurance industry. Some people have stepped forward to condemn this anger. I am not one of them. Oh, my goat. I'm nutting. The anger is 1,000% justified. It is long overdue for the media to cover it. We crashed his website? Jesus Christ. Let me see if I can get Michael Moore on, because I feel like, what's the best way to reach out to him? Does he have a Twitter? Does he follow me on Twitter? Damn, he don't follow me and I don't follow him. All right, I just followed him. Maybe I can get him through Adam McKay. Email? I don't want to fucking email him, dude. I'm sure there's like... I'm certain that I could get him through... I'm certain that I can get him through one of my many different friends. There's probably at least... There's 32,000 people in here right now. There are probably, in this community right now watching, 100 people minimum that have direct access to him. I think you guys forget. I think you forget how vast this network is. And I think you forget how much people in this community... No way, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? I am certain of it. 100 is literally a conservative estimate. It's not just 33,000 people. It is 33,000 people who are all, you know, on the left. What is this? I know Michael Moore personally. I can ask him if he wants to be on the stream. Let me know. Yes, please. Thank you. I believe this. Let me text Michael Moore. Dude, I don't think you guys understand. Dude. Y'all are so dumb. I've done this before. I'm telling you. People forget that this is literally an entire stadium. People forget that there are New York Times journalists in here. There are staffers for prominent politicians in here right now. There are people who work at the Department of Homeland Security. And I don't mean like they're here tracking. Like straight up fans. HasanAbi heads come from very unique backgrounds. The one thing that unites them is how goddamn nerdy they are about politics. There are federal agents in here right now, ones that are tasked with observing and ones that are certainly just simply fans. The one group of people I think I don't actually have any fans in is cops. That's it. Outside of that, I have fans from every different kind of background in American society, except for cops, I think. There are former cops in here. Anyway. Understand, this is pre-ACA as well. This is pre-Obamacare. Something to remember. It's kind of an interesting thing. It's an interesting phenomena that like pre-ACA health insurance was so unimaginably cruel that healthcare providers could deny people health insurance that they wanted to like pay for due to pre-existing conditions. Now, this was such a uniquely cruel aspect of American for-profit health insurance that virtually every single Republican that is still in action aggressively railed against and aggressively lied against in an effort to defend the pre-existing structure, only to, once legislated away, turn around and act like it never actually happened at all. It is such an unimaginable cruelty that most Americans, even fucking new Republicans, probably don't remember a time where pre-Obamacare, people used to literally have to fight tooth and nail. It's a very interesting process. It's a very interesting process because it's out there for those who seek it out. You can go and find the very same Republicans that are still in action and the very same Republican content creators that are still in operation openly say this is socialism, this is barbaric, this is violent. To force private enterprise to cover people with pre-existing conditions are unacceptable. Just remember that. They lied about it. They said they're going to do death panels with Obamacare. They're going to kill the old. Herself, she's a whistleblower. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what do we always say? What do we always say? It does not matter what you do. If you are brave enough to take accountability and even braver to go speak in front of fucking Congress about the actions that are not only normalized, but also expected and celebrated and rewarded, you should be charitable to this person. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, Americans are so goddamn draconian. Even a murderer can be rehabilitated, okay? Oh. You need to be normal. You cannot lean into this reactionary attitude you have. You have to understand, in this time and in this space, people like her, there were hundreds of thousands of people like her that did not exhibit the bravery to go out and speak in front of Congress, to throw their lives away. Okay? There is no systematic change that takes place if there aren't brave people like this. If you do not believe that people have the capacity to reform and actually fight against the awfulness, the awful things that they subjected others to, then why the fuck are you a leftist? We are all victims of social conditioning. You cannot overcome things that you learn as norms as a byproduct of your material conditions. So when someone actually does overcome that, you have to celebrate it. You have to be understanding. This is a person in the process of atonement in a system that many never even reach. Okay? Half the chat screaming at her weren't even born in 2003. Yeah, it just doesn't. It's very frustrating that we already have a structure designed to kill the poor. Okay? And it is so normalized. This was in 1996. Thank you. It's not even from 2003. It's from 1996. And you guys are out here fucking yelling at a person. Oh. Please. Some of you are more predisposed, not with justice, but with vengeance. This is the most American mindset. You cannot have this mentality if you want to be truly a progressive person, an empathetic person, a person who wants to make change, a person who cares about solidarity, a person who cares about instilling class consciousness in others. Okay? You must always remember that just like you, everyone is on their own personal journey. The system is designed to churn out results, not like hers here, but results such as what she did in the past leading up to this moment. That's the reason why so many people, there are still plenty of people who look to Brian Thompson as a fantastic individual, as someone who gave back to their community. Please. Yeah, use a bunch more big words that will convince us all. I'll use little words, okay? Every person has done something horrifying at a certain point in their lives, okay? Or every person has, in certain instances, been rude or ruthless or bullied someone. Should we just keep you to that standard? Stop being a fucking dickhead and understand that people have the capacity to change. And celebrate those who do. Also, fuck you. Here, take a permaban. There you go. You get no rehabilitation. How about that? Get a little bit of your own fucking medicine. Funniest parts about like this anger and resentment towards socialized medicine, or like people saying like Canadian healthcare sucks, is that it is literally underfunded. The solution to that is to give it more money. Okay, that's it. Not only are they greatly exaggerating the horrifying nature of Canadian healthcare, but it's literally because like aspects of Canadian healthcare that are falling short happen exclusively because of underfunding. This is a mechanism to bring about privatization. They do this in the NHS in the UK as well. 2.5 decades, almost two decades of austerity led by the fucking Tories have crippled the NHS. So what happens when the NHS is crippled? Because it's underfunded. Okay? Then you're like, we got to do private substitutes. We got to do private substitutes. We got to bring in some private healthcare. Then, slowly but surely, private healthcare takes over socialized medicine, national healthcare. The irony, of course, is the very same austerity measures that happen in socialized structures in an effort to privatize already are baked into the free market capitalism that we love here in the United States of America. Because when healthcare is for profit, it is not. It doesn't exist in certain places. That's why, God forbid, you actually get into an injury in like a rural part of the country. In many of these rural parts of the country, when you get injured, you just don't even have a fucking hospital to go to because they closed, because it's not profitable, because there's no profit. Even though the damn near entirety of the American hospital system is also pretty much backed by voluntary contributions and also a shit ton of local and federal subsidies. So we have the exact same problems that they do, and we pay more. What do you say about the fact that specialists are flocking to the U.S. because salaries are way higher and think that contributes to why specialist wait times are longer in Canada than the U.S.? And to be honest, I don't know how to fix that for Canada. Or on the opposite, I don't know how to bring about single-payer healthcare with the U.S. without drastically reducing the salaries for specialists. Yeah, no, it's going to happen. The AMA will be the final fucking step in that process. But it's the same principle behind the housing market. No, that's not even true. No, it is true. It is true to a certain degree. There is, like, American specialists do get paid a lot more. It's like very unique shit that America thrives on in terms of healthcare. Like, they'll say, oh, if you have like a unique type of brain cancer, America is the best at dealing with that, right? And that's it. It's ironic because like America is cooking Canada in that regard as well, because it's just like the average pay for doctors is significantly higher here. My argument always has been that Medicare for all works alongside, like socialized medicine works alongside socialized education. Because if you didn't get saddled with like $1 million of debt to go to medical school, then you don't have to justify such higher salaries to begin with. But of course, that's again, there goes Hasan advocating for more socialism on top of the socialism that he's advocating for. And it's kind of funny because, like, that's just how it works. And on top of that, wait till I tell you about the additional incentives that must exist. When there's need for more doctors, for example, a competent government is supposed to not only offer subsidies, but also incentivize people by paying them to go on an educational journey to become doctors. That's normally how it's supposed to work, and it does. In other countries, that's how it works. The government understands that there is need for certain sectors, so they pay you to go and get the education to work in that sector. And once you get paid to get this education, and you have to work in that sector. For example, in Turkey, I don't know if I'm fucking this up, but basically, because education is free, okay, all the way up to college level, even though there's private education as well, when you get that free education, you have to go get assigned to work by a lottery system in an underserved area. Turkey is a shithole. Why even mention it, Lamau? That's why all our doctors leave for USA, Lamau. 1 out of 5 Canadians don't have a family doctor, Lamau. Makes 0 sense. Turkey is a shithole. Why even mention it, Lamau? See, that's the one chatter that's going to really love that private healthcare. You know what I mean? I can't wait for that private freedom to come to your fucking dumbass country, okay? Like, Turkey is an incredibly poor country. Turkey is run by a corrupt autocrat who is insanely, he's a kleptocrat through and through, okay? Yes, I'm a capitalist. Hopefully we get private healthcare. Oh, God. Yes, baby. Yes. Yes. Advocate for your own demise, you fucking peasant. It's great. My lordship, we must restore the monarchy. My hand for you, good sir. I am a peasant. I advocate those who simply do not have the capacity and the mental fortitude to understand. My lordship is godsend. He knows best. Yeah, if we get private healthcare, more doctors will come to Canada. All our doctors leave because it's public. Yeah, exactly. Me lordship, You know best. It's so funny because you're not factoring in that, like, even if more doctors come to your country in that process, your dumbass is not going to be able to pay for it. Oh, so good. He's like, well, the doctors are now bountiful, and yet I cannot pay. The doctors are more bountiful, and yet healthcare is now no longer given to people by need, but instead by those who can pay for it. And it seems I cannot pay for it. But it's okay, because at least I now know that there are more doctors in Canada. Also, remember how I said in socialized medical systems, this is born out of underfunding? I didn't say to get rid of public health care. I just said it would be nice if we got private health care too, as more Canadians would have access to doctors. Yeah, no, totally. No, definitely. Considering that you're angry and not looking at the actual solution, which would be to fund the healthcare system further, you do not understand that it's coming for you regardless. Also, I thought that you could get private healthcare in Canada. A lot of people who have money don't have family doctors. So even if you want to see a doctor, you can't see one. I'm not angry at all. What do you mean? Fund that? Fund what healthcare system? Healthcare is already funded. There it is, dude. Yeah. There's only a finite pool of money that healthcare can be funded by. It can never be increased. The smartest private healthcare enjoyer in Canada. The smartest private healthcare demander in Canada. I don't understand. Healthcare is funded already. Don't you know? Finite? How is it finite? I'm being sarcastic, dumbass. It's not. It's not finite. That's my point. You can put more money into the system. Also, I'm pretty sure you guys already have fucking private healthcare as a substitute as well. I don't know if you've ventured into that territory. In that process, you could even pay doctors an even higher wage if necessary. Or hire more doctors. Or hire more nurses. It's ironic because as someone who's in the pocket of big registered nurse, I am very aware that these exact same problems exist in America as well. One of the most common things that nurses go on strike for is the very fact that hospitals refuse to hire more nurses. And instead, whenever people go on strike, they'll just hire fucking nurses that traveling nurses instead to make up for the work stoppage. They pay them a lot more than the actual nurses that are, full-time salary staff too. So don't worry. The very same problems with socialized medicine that could be solved through more funding of these government-offered programs very much exist in the United States of America as well. We can't because they all leave Canada to make more money in the USA, only for certain specialties like plastic surgery and dentistry. What are you saying? Oh. It's so funny because every Canadian in the chat is yelling at this Canadian for demanding private healthcare in Canada and instead saying, no, just fucking put more money into the healthcare system that exists. No, he's saying that the only private healthcare that exists is for certain specialties like plastic surgery and dentistry. What part of Canada do you live in, chatter? Toronto, T-Dot. Let's look it up. Private practices in Toronto. Here, I'll do this Googling for you. Top 10 private practice doctors near Toronto, Ontario. Saskatoon Agreement of 1962 permitted doctors to opt out of Medicare, and with the exception of Ontario, physicians across the country can still do the same. Some provinces do have barriers to limit private practice. As of 2024, the median salary for a doctor in Toronto is estimated to be $143,000 per year. However, the salary range for doctors in Ontario can vary widely from $72,000 to $336,000 annually. The average salary for a doctor in Ontario is $166,000 a year. Here, there you go. You can go to a nurse practitioner with murky rules in a private clinic in Ontario. Ontario is a conservative premier, Doug Ford. Dude, you're just wrong. I swear to God, if he says Ontario, I'm going to lose it. Go to East York. They literally have private clinics there. Lamau, he's moving the goalpost. Now he wants a psychiatrist. If he's just looking for a family doctor, as he specified earlier, nurse practitioners provide primary health care at private clinics. A lot are subscription-based. That's not the same as seeing a doctor, buddy. So you can get it. You just don't want to get it. You specifically want it to be a doctor and not a nurse practitioner. You can get your scripts from them, all this shit, but it doesn't matter. I'm trying to help you, man. I'm trying to offer some healthcare solutions to you're specifically like, nah, you don't understand. I have to have it be private. But now you're like, no, I actually have to have it not just be a private clinic, but I want it to be a doctor as well. Would you rather get medical advice from a doctor or a nurse, lol? I mean, I would rather get medical advice in a fucking socialized medicine structure. So that's it. That's my choice. I advocate for that all the time. And seemingly, while you live in this privilege, you still have the dumbass opinion that it should be privatized. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. It doesn't seem like you agree with me. Not fully privatized. No, I don't want any sort of privatization. If it were up to me, it would be a national healthcare system that's fully funded. Again, 1 out of 5 people don't have family doctors. Yeah, 1 out of every 3rd American doesn't have fucking primary healthcare providers at all. So it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? That's a lot of people for 35 million people in this country. Yeah, your tiny ass fucking country still gets it done. Okay, so shut the fuck up. We have 330 million in the United States of America, and 1/3 don't have a primary care physician. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't know anything. That's because it's private. Yeah, that's fucked up. It's not public in the USA though. Brother, you don't understand. And I don't know if I can ever get this across your thick dome, okay? That is what you can look forward to with private healthcare. You're like, "Oh, but there should be some semblance of like socialized medicine." And then also some private partnerships, some private and public partnerships. Like that's the best path forward. And I'm telling you, instead of funding the current existing public structure, opening up ways for more privatization will unironically lead to your country looking a lot like mine. That's the problem. I can't believe we're having this conversation over literally how devastating American healthcare is because it's fully private. I don't know if you mentioned this either, but the higher pay for American doctors doesn't necessarily attract the best doctors. It attracts the ones that want to make the most money. Plenty of extraordinary doctors do work for Doctors Without Borders or pro bono because they care about people, not for money. I know, that's capitalism brain rot that I forgot to address as well. The idea that like money is the only incentivization structure for anyone to do anything. But obviously, we cannot rely on the magnanimous nature of humans. So I do understand that argument as well. Like that it needs to, there obviously still needs to be an incentive structure. But the solution to that is to, once again, fund the healthcare system adequately rather than crippling it, starving the beast, if you will, only with the interests of sneaking in for-profit healthcare institutions as a substitute. Doug Ford's plan to outsource surgeries to for-profit clinics won't save Ontario's healthcare system, experts said at a public hearing on the bill. Investing in public hospitals, which communities have spent hundreds of years building, is the answer, they say.
It will poach the staff from our public healthcare system. There's no magic poof of human resources. Shortages in hospitals will be made worse, and hospitals will be left with all the complex cases as private clinics skim off the easiest patients. How does that make sense?
For 100 years or more, literally hundreds of towns across Ontario have worked to build their local public hospitals. Those communities have donated.
American private healthcare is shitty, all right, but American pink-colored vision of public healthcare is not counting on a lot of its own problems. I think there's need for both public and private. Man, stop this nonsense, okay? Only one kind, the monopoly, appears and start doing whatever they want. Yes, I would much rather have a monopoly that the government runs, because ultimately that would actually impact American lives in a positive way in every facet. Because once the government is actually paying for American welfare, then they can no longer fucking make every American obese by having our dog shit food supply as well. Okay? I hate Euro chatters who fucking operate on this like mixed market economy attitude, not realizing that if it wasn't for the fucking socialists and the trade unions and the communists that fucking fought long and hard to ensure that there was at least like some underlying infrastructure, that you wouldn't even be able to say this kind of shit. Okay? The instance of profiteering in every sector inevitably overtakes the not-for-profit public sector, no matter what. Okay? Democracy can only hold on for so long. You're already seeing the fucking damaging aspects of austerity with the sinister purpose of privatization happening all around Europe. And your right-wing politicians are literally pointing to Muslim refugees and shit and trans people in the same exact vein that we do here in the United States of America to make you not pay attention as they rob you fucking blind. If you're wondering why the very same institutions that you relied on that were, publicly funded are no longer as good as they used to be maybe 10 years ago, that is the reason. Because ultimately they will cripple it. They will underfund it. They will cripple it. And then when people get mad about the lack of quality care, when people get mad about the wait times on public transit, for example, inevitably they will sell it off to a private corporation, and that private corporation might actually make it look good in the first couple of years when they're operating, but ultimately they will make it so much worse. The UK learned that the fucking hard way with its railroads, okay? And then what do you have? You have no one. You have no accountability. You have people who are not accountable to anyone, operating under this idea that the free market will actually fix the problems. It's far too late at that point. Are you actually advocating for 100% public health? It's just not feasible. Yeah, I am. And it absolutely is feasible. The fuck are you talking about? Like, the NHS still exists, regardless of the conservative initiatives to destroy it, okay? What do you mean it just is not 100% feasible? What are you talking about? Why do people just say these insane things? It has to be hybrid. No, the fuck it doesn't. It literally does not. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Americans are never getting even fucking a hybrid structure anyway. So y'all dumbasses can fantasize like you're fucking European social democrats who are also volunteering away the pre-existing public services so that privatization can come through. Have fun.
Decided to go to Great Britain to find out how a hospital...
But you don't understand, it has to be, because if it isn't, then he would be wrong. This guy said, I'm from Denmark and we wouldn't, Sweden wouldn't either. Only country in Europe I think might do it is Norway, but that's because they got that oil money and it's still only a maybe. Hold on. Where's the Norwegian chatter who right before you literally said, even in fucking Norway, we're getting cooked? Where is it? Someone right before you was like, I'm in Norway and this shit. Norway wouldn't. Oh, there it is. Holy fuck no. And I live in Norway. Only one party here in Norway would do that, and that's the Red Party, and they're socialistic to the max. It was on screen. I was looking for another chat. There's a bunch of other Norwegian chatters. That's what is like so shocking to me about the European Social Democrat chatters that comprise some of my biggest haters. Like they all... It is always so weird that a lot of European SOCDEM chatters, maybe not many of you in here right now, but so many of my haters are like those globe emoji Twitter accounts that are like, I'm a social democrat in Europe, in a European country, and I hate this Hasan guy. And I think a lot of it stems from my anti-NATO position and anti-American imperialism position, because they're just like... They straight up have a very nationalist, social democratic opinion, if that makes sense. But it's crazy that they don't even recognize that, you know, all of the very same problems that are happening in America, it's accelerating in Europe as well. Hasan is a fucking terrorist. Please answer, how is it people go to austerity with all those lovely benefits? I'm sorry for spamming. I really don't get it. Dude, you think democracy is real? What are you talking about? If given the opportunity, if you asked every American, like, hey, would you rather fucking bomb countries overseas or fix the goddamn roads, the potholes, fix the goddamn infrastructure, make sure that every American can be taken care of in a public healthcare system, what the fuck do you think they would say? There is no real democracy. We don't have a real democracy. And what semblance of democracy we have, what semblance of theoretical democracy we have is also crumbling. So it just only gets worse and worse and worse. Nobody is voting for austerity. You can sometimes package it by saying, we're going to give you tax cuts so you have more take-home pay. Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher did similar things when advocating for neoliberalism early on. But since then, it has become infinitely easier because starving the beast is easy. Because you're destroying something. Destroying something is much easier than building it. Okay? So all you need to do is implement the first process of destruction. You lower the amount of money, or you slowly but surely reduce the amount of money that certain social safety nets are getting. Then those services diminish. Those services get worse and worse. People get resentful and angry and say, oh man, this shit sucks. What the fuck is this? And lo and behold, you have private alternatives. And those private alternatives are shiny. Those private alternatives look better. They have more money. They're usually managed by really wealthy benefactors. So then people go, okay, but well, I want that nice thing then. I want that shiny thing. It seems like privatization is the way to go. And then the nefarious private enterprise comes in and basically stabs publicly subsidized public services directly in the fucking heart. We live in the ashes of that neoliberal agenda. That is precisely why no American believes that the government has ever going to defend them. No American ever believes that the government is actually, doing right by them. So, of course, they're like, why the fuck should I pay the government? Fuck taxes. And that's the attitude that a lot of people have. Fuck taxes. Taxes are theft. There are more calls for austerity when taxes are theft. That's how it works. You understand it now? It's much easier to break things. It's much harder to build them. It is virtually impossible in America nowadays to even rebuild confidence in the government, to rebuild confidence in our institutions. So people, of course, say, well, fuck them. I want more money then. I want more of the money that I made in return. And it's ironic because socialists advocate for you to have higher take-home pay. They just want to take it from the profits that you generate for your bosses. Austerity is a tried and true way to cut inflation and bring back some private investment, especially when your currency is not the US dollar, but a couple points higher inflation. Cutting necessary is better than cutting necessary service to pursue austerity measures. What is austerity? You always mention it. It's belt tightening. It's cutting funds. Doctors not understand that like it's fucked up that they're not getting paid enough, and also simultaneously they're living in the communist socialist shithole of Cuba. I don't get it. I don't understand. Where is the profit incentive? What about the profit margins? How does this work? Wait, certainly though, certainly. There can't be any innovative medical products in Cuba, right? Certainly. Because obviously I've been told my whole life that without incentives, financial incentives, there is no real incentive to innovate medically, right? There's no vaccine for lung cancer, for example. Like there's no way. If someone were to tell me, what is this Wikipedia page? SemaVax EGF is a vaccine used to treat cancer, specifically non-small cell lung carcinoma. It's composed of recombinant human epidermal growth factor, conjugated as a protein carrier. The vaccine was developed by the Center of Molecular Immunology and... What? Are you telling me that in spite of the fact that they don't have a profit incentive, that they were able to... What's next? Since 2011, they've had a lung cancer vaccine? Well, America has issues with lung cancer. I'm sure that it's readily available in the United States of America, right? Right? Wait, the United States embargo against Cuba forbids U.S. citizens from seeking medical treatment in Cuba. However, some cancer patients in the U.S. have defied the embargo and traveled to Cuba to get treatment for SemaVac. No. You mean to tell me that Cuba, in spite of the profit incentive, was able to... Wait, it's against the law to seek out this lung cancer vaccine? I'm sure it's incredibly costly, right? I wonder if this article will mention how expensive it is. It's probably like $1 million, right? Like, I assume. Like, It's gotta be super expensive. It costs approximately $1 per shot to manufacture. You know, I'd rather die of lung cancer than get this goddamn socialist medication. Okay? That's what I say. It's given by nurse practitioners, so it doesn't even count. China now has a diabetes vaccine / cure. I wonder if there's some kind of correlation. I thought that they were also doing... Yeah, you might as well die a true American than fucking go to Cuba. Rather than profit incentive, the reason in the US, because drug development is super costly, so companies need to... Oh, no way. Dude, companies need to offset the risk? That's so crazy. Drug development is famously not costly anywhere else. Why didn't I think of that? Dude, why didn't I think of that? It's not actually the profit motive. It's the thing that we're saying is not the profit motive as a substitute for the profit motive, even though it is the profit motive. It's those pesky regulations. It's just crazy because it's still publicly funded research that these guys get the patents from, but you know. A lot of the novel chemical compound discovery actually happens in the publicly funded research side, but I guess there's got to be some reason for why there's so much R&D spending happening in the pharmaceutical industry outside of the publicly funded labs. Oh, that's right. They're doing research and development to develop new ways to juggle patents to ensure that they continue sitting on patents, extending it by 7 years, year over year, to ensure that there's no generics. And oftentimes when there's alternative cures that are discovered in the process of R&D, if it is at the end of the lifeline of said patent, oftentimes companies will just toss aside that research because the reality of the matter is that drug will no longer be maintained because there's generic alternatives that can be sold at much cheaper, and therefore the profits have completely the profit motive has been eliminated, which is of course anti-innovation. Famously, that's why when the guy who invented insulin was like, I'm gonna make as much money as I possibly can off of this drug. That's what he said. I remember. The Canadian guy, right? The guy who was like, I hope that everyone makes a lot of money off of this invention. I am going to sell it. I'm going to sell this patent for what? Wait a minute. Some chatters are telling me that he sold the patent for $1? What? $1? Wait a minute. What a dumbass. Does he not know? What a dumb fuck. Okay, I'm done being sarcastic. Everything I said is sarcasm for the fellow neurodivergents in the chat. I'm being sarcastic, okay? The notion that you need money as a primary incentive to do good is contradicted by history, where massive leaps of discovery have occurred throughout time by many people who did not give a single fuck about making money, including but not limited to, obviously, Cuba. It was amazing. Fantastic documentary. Shouts out to Michael Moore for making this free. And he has more. He has Fahrenheit 11.9. He's done so many of these. Honestly, Michael Moore. But that's all for today. Okay, that's all I got. We're gonna hang out with my family.
Stunning lo-fi
That was my first ever full Michael Moore documentary that I watched, by the way. That's crazy, right? Anyway, tomorrow we got a lot more fun stuff lined up. So get excited for it. Peace, everybody. And also, free Luigi. Honestly, W Cuba. Free Luigi. And free Palestine. Benjamin Franklin of Hell, thank you for the 10 gift this subs. Peace, everybody.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.